Yeah, I'm joining. Should I join that now?
Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning, sir. Mr. Mena, there's an attorney in your waiting room. Have you spoken to Mr. Khan?
I have not, Your Honor. He must have just went in there. I apologize. I'll talk
No
to him.
worries, don't apologize. Good morning.
Morning. Oh.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning, how are you?
Good. I was just logging in to let you guys know that I am gonna be 8:30, like 8:35, 8:37. I had a PCC call this morning, so I'm running a little bit late to setting up my Zoom.
No worries, thank you for letting us know.
Okay, so I'm gonna hang up now and I'll be calling back or between 8:35 and 8:40.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you so much, and I'm sorry about that, Your Honor.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Mr. Khan, do you need to speak to your client or are you ready?
Judge, I am ready to proceed. I have
This is 23,
spoke with my client already.
thank you. This is 23WM000550OM Wayne County Airport versus Brett Shinover. May I have your appearances, please?
For the record, Your Honor,
Yes, may I
James
please
Mena
court.
appearing- For the record, Your Honor, James Mena appearing on behalf of the airport.
May it please the court, Sajid Khan, P65487, attorney for Brett Shinovar, who is appearing via Zoom.
Unmute yourself and state your name for the record, please, sir.
My name is Brett Shinover.
Thank you. Today is the day and time set for the arraignment and pretrial in this matter. Mr. Khan, how are we proceeding?
Judge, as far as the arraignment, we'd go ahead and stand mute. We'd ask for a pretrial. I need some discovery, and I think we can hopefully resolve the matter.
Thank you. Mr. Shinover's bond in this matter will be set at 1,000 personal. Mr. Shinover, you do not need to post any money, but what you must do is continue to appear as directed by the court until the case is resolved in its entirety. Understood?
Yes, ma'am.
There's a notation in the file that discovery has been requested, and we will set the return pretrial date as
March 2nd at 10 o'clock.
March 2nd, 2023 at 10 a.m. That's back with me, back on Zoom. Anything else on behalf of the airport?
No, Your Honor.
Anything else, Mr. Khan?
No, thank you, Judge.
Thank you. Mr. Shinover, I'll see you back on Zoom on the 2nd. Have a good afternoon. Good luck to you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Judge. Good morning.
Same to you, sir. Mr. Williams, your attorney is here. He's waiting to speak to the airport prosecutor. As soon as he comes out, we'll get your case called and get you on with your day, okay?
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. And Mary Ann, while we have a moment, we're adjourning 220615 and 220614 OM Van Buren Township versus Ross Coba. We're putting them over to March 2nd at what time?
12:30.
March 2nd at 12:30. Ms.
Thank you.
Manarino, was
I-
you're welcome. Was Mr.
I let
Hadley gonna
Mr.
come on
Hadley
this
know.
morning?
I'm sorry, I
Okay.
let Mr. Hadley know. He's at another, attending to another matter in Port Huron this morning. So I did talk to him. I let him know about the new date and I did call and leave messages for the witnesses in that matter so that they know about the new date as well.
Thank you so very much, ma'am.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Your Honor, does Miss
Sir?
does Miss Manarino have anyone in her waiting room?
No, sir.
I was wondering if I might join Miss Manarino for a second.
Absolutely. We'll get that taken care of. Good morning, Mr. Nunley.
Morning, Judge. Hey, Sheriff.
I'm sorry? Oh. Mr. Pearsall,
Yes, ma'am.
sir, you should be receiving an invitation to go into a breakout room. Have you already been in with the clerk, a court clerk?
I have not.
You should see an invitation to go into the breakout room with them. You'll go there, verify your information and whether or not you are looking for the assistance of the court-appointed attorney.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Bless you. Good morning. Not sure if that's Mackenzie or Maria.
It's Marlisa's trying to change the name.
Good morning, Marlisa.
Good morning.
I knew who it wasn't. I just wasn't sure who it was. Mr. Gutierrez, your attorney is just joining us. We'll get him matched up with the prosecutor and then we'll get your case called, get you on with your day, okay?
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Had some things going on
Good morning, Mr. Davis.
Waiting, so we are going to get.
Do you need to speak to Ms. Manarino?
Yes.
She has one attorney in her meeting room. We'll put you into her waiting room. After you
Okay,
speak to
great.
her, do you need to speak to your client?
Most likely, yes.
Okay,
Okay,
try
thank
to
you.
keep track of that. Mr. Bowditch, are you ready with Mr. Pascal?
No, Your Honor, I have to speak with him. That's why I was
Oh.
just.
Okay.
the prosecutor.
We'll get you into a breakout room with him. Sir, you'll see an invitation to go into a meeting room with Mr. Bowditch. Please join him there.
Okay,
Thank you.
thank you.
Sir, you should see an invitation to join a breakout room. If you could just click on that, please.
I'm getting no invitation. I just see it on the showing that the hostess just moved me.
You see that the host is saying what, sir?
That I see that their host moved me to room 17.
Yes, that's where you want to go. No, ma'am, you're fine.
Oh, I got.
Ma'am. Thank you, Mary Ann. Good morning.
So, you're alone? Okay, she said you were alone.
Thank you for that.
Wait for bodies, yeah. So, if one of the local attorneys who we see fairly often is being sued as a defendant on landlord.
Hi, Crystal. Welcome back.
Do you think we should-
Hi, good morning. Thank you so much. Then I had to set up with the internet here, so I am sorry.
This is Mary Ann, and I just wanted to let you know there are some people in the MIDC waiting
Yep.
already. Did you see that? Okay, just wanted to let you know. Thank you.
No, I appreciate it. Thank you. Yep, so we just start pulling in order time from the MIDC waiting room, right?
Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you. I really appreciate it.
Oh, no, she's still his partner, she just doesn't work. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Because I hate to take disqualification.
I don't-
because it's-
I mean,
we both know it's not going anywhere.
the record, but why don't they do something?
I don't know, because I haven't talked to Steve.
No, I would still see it, I would say it on the record.
Well, they got assigned to you, that's why I'm asking.
Yeah, no, I would do
You
it.
okay?
Yeah.
Good.
I would tell her, oh, you know what, because I
You got
saw
it.
that.
You got it. Oh,
I saw that it was coming.
Yeah.
And I was like, maybe it'll resolve itself before I see it. Okay,
Well, I don't see it going away. He's doing it, but-
yeah,
Okay.
thanks. See, Mary Ann, we had time for that whole conversation and nothing got ready.
Just been a weird week.
Well, the five people who are here, Ms. Soriano, Mr. Gutierrez, Mr. Williams, I have their files in order waiting. As soon as one of the attorneys is out and ready, I'm like, shh, shh, shh.
How is
And
that?
listen, that's the magic noise of the morning. If Mr. Jadala can get Mr. Womack on, I'll call that case. I'm trying. When I look at 100 files and I'm ready. And now that we don't have a 1 o'clock, I think we're actually gonna have lunch today. I didn't bring a peanut butter and jelly sandwich, so I need the 12 o'clock trial to be fast. Oh, you know what, Marianne? I think if I get up and walk away,
Yes, that
all of the
works.
attorneys will show up. That's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna
Yep,
walk away.
works every time.
See, and then Mr. Davis will pop out. I can already feel it. I already know.
Daddy, what are you doing?
Meeting.
Oh, there's nothing here.
Hey, Jeff, can you hear me?
Yeah,
All right. I don't do this from my phone very often. I wasn't sure if I was logged in there, right?
yeah, looking pretty judicial there.
I try, huh? All right. Let's
Okay, Mary Ann.
It worked.
See, I knew it. If I walked away and stayed away, I knew things would get ready. Mr. Davis, are you ready, sir?
Yes, I'm ready, Judge. Huh?
Thank you. This is 220840. This is Van Buren Township versus Brian Gutierrez. May I have your appearance, please?
Good morning, Your Honor. Angela Manning on behalf of the people.
And good morning, Your Honor. I'm Reese Davis, P76203, appearing with Brian Gutierrez, who's present appearing via Zoom.
Mr. Gutierrez, state your name for the record, please, sir.
Brian Gutierrez.
Thank you. Today is the day and time set for the pretrial. Mr. Davis, how are we proceeding?
Judge, we reached an agreement in this matter whereas my client is prepared to enter a plea of guilty to the reduced charge, operating while visibly impaired.
No, I'm sorry. Thank you. Somebody else was talking. I couldn't hear you. Mr. Davis, he's going to enter a plea to the reduced charge of
Operating while visibly impaired, and the open intox is going to be dismissed.
That's correct, Your Honor.
Thank you. Mr. Gutierrez, raise your right hand for me, please. Do you swear or affirm testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you, sir. You may put your hand down. Sir, you've had time to speak to Mr. Davis and you understand the charges you face and the possible penalties.
Yes.
And after having that conversation, you wish to plead guilty to the reduced charge of operating while visibly impaired, understanding that the open intoxicant vehicle will be dismissed.
Yes.
You understand that if the court accepts that plea this morning, you will not have a trial of any kind?
Yes.
You will not have the opportunity to present witnesses on your own behalf or see and cross-examine witnesses put forth by the prosecutor.
Yes.
And sir, you're entering this plea freely and voluntarily. You haven't been threatened in any way, promised anything to get you to plead guilty.
Yes.
Are you pleading guilty because you are in fact guilty?
Yes.
I'm sorry, Mr. Gutierrez, before I ask you anything else, I want to disclose on the record. I believe that Mr. Davis is aware of this. I'm married to an elected official in Van Buren Township. I make that disclosure as Van Buren Township is the issuing agency in this matter. My husband is not involved in the day-to-day operations of the Public Safety Department. He doesn't know anything about this case and he has no impact on how this court rules on any matter. Mr. Davis, do you need time to speak with your client or are you ready to proceed with the plea?
No, we're ready to proceed. I don't see a conflict.
Thank you. Mr. Gutierrez, is it true that on December 7th, 2022 in Van Buren Township, you operated a motor vehicle while you were visibly impaired by alcohol?
Yes.
And if the complaint and warrant in this matter indicates that your blood alcohol content was 0.25 and 0.27, you would not have any objection to the court noting that information?
Yes.
Satisfied, Mr. Davis?
Satisfied, Judge.
Satisfied, Ms. Manarino?
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Gutierrez, the court accepts your plea of guilty to the reduced count 1 of operating while visibly impaired and has dismissed the open intoxicant vehicle. As is this court's policy with drinking and driving offenses, your matter will be referred to the probation department. That department will call you and send emails to you to set up an interview. They are the ones that will make the sentence recommendation to this court and schedule you to return for sentencing. Please respond to their phone calls and emails so that we can get you interviewed, get the recommendation back up to the court and get you back here to get sentenced imposed, okay?
Okay.
Anything else in this matter, Ms. Manarino?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
Anything else, Mr. Davis?
No, Judge. Thank you.
Thank you. You both have a wonderful day. Mr. Gutierrez, I'll see you at sentencing, sir.
Thank you.
Okay, I'll see you.
Thank you. Are we ready with? Thank you. Are we ready with Chadwick Williams?
Your Honor, I'm here for Chadwick Williams.
Thank you.
Was
This
in the
is
waiting room.
23WM. I'm sorry.
I'm sorry.
Go ahead, Mr. Sims.
I'm sorry. I was in the waiting room and I came out of the waiting room. I believe my client is still in the waiting room, Your Honor.
No, he's here.
Is he? Okay. Thank you.
That's why I call.
apologize.
I call when I can see defense counsel and defendant.
Okay.
Thank you, sir. This is 23WM000520D, Wayne County Airport versus Chadwick Williams. May I have your appearances, please?
For the record, Keith Sims, Your Honor, on behalf of Chadwick Alexander Williams.
And good morning, Your Honor. James Mann on behalf of the airport.
Mr. Williams, state your name for me, please, sir.
Chadwick Williams here.
Thank you. Today is the day and time set for the arraignment and pretrial in this matter. Mr. Sims, how are we proceeding?
Your Honor, I have had an opportunity to talk with the Assistant Prosecuting Attorney, Mr. Mena, and my client, and I believe that an offer to reduction to impaired has been offered, and my client wishes to take advantage of that offer, Your Honor.
Thank
Be
you.
guilty to operating while visibly impaired.
As a preliminary matter, Mr. Sims, today was the arraignment. So for purposes of arraignment, the court will impose a bond on your client of $5,000 personal. Mr. Williams, you don't need to post any money, but you do need to continue to appear and participate as directed by the court until the case is resolved in its entirety. Sir, would you raise your right hand for me, please?
Yep.
Do you swear or affirm the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you. You may put your hand down. Sir, you've had the opportunity to speak to Mr. Sims, and you understand the charges you face and the possible consequences.
I do.
And after having that conversation, sir, you wish to plead guilty to the reduced count of operating while visibly impaired.
I do.
Sir, you understand that if the court accepts your plea this morning, you will not have a trial of any kind.
I understand.
You will not have the opportunity to present witnesses on your own behalf or see and cross-examine witnesses put forth by the prosecutor.
I understand.
And sir, you're entering this plea freely and voluntarily. You haven't been threatened in any way, promised anything to get you to plead guilty.
No, I have not. This is voluntary.
Are you pleading? Oh, thank you. You're pleading guilty because you are in fact guilty.
Correct.
Sir, is it true that on January 13, 2023, at Detroit Metro Airport, which is located City of Romulus, County Wayne, State of Michigan, you operated a motor vehicle while you're visibly impaired by alcohol?
That is correct.
Satisfied, Mr. Mena?
I'm satisfied, Your Honor.
Satisfied, Mr. Sims?
I am satisfied, Your Honor.
Thank you. Mr. Williams, the court accepts your plea of guilty to the reduced count of operating while visibly impaired. As is this court's policy with drinking and driving offenses, the matter will be referred to probation for a screening interview and a development of a sentence recommendation, sir. You will receive phone calls and emails from the probation department. Please respond to them so that they may have a conversation with you, have you complete forms, and send the matter back upstairs for a sentence to be imposed. Anything else in this matter, Mr. Mena?
No, Your Honor.
Anything else, Mr. Sims?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Williams, thank you for your patience this morning, sir. I'll see you at your sentence date, okay?
Thank you, Your Honor. Have a good day.
Have a good afternoon. Thank you. Are we ready on Ms. Soriano?
Yes, good morning.
No, ma'am, I'm waiting for the attorney, the MIDC attorney that you spoke to. They might not be out of the breakout room, sir, ma'am, but I'll circle back to you, okay?
Okay, okay.
This is 220824OD. This is Van Buren Township versus Elvin Pascual. Pascual,
Yes.
Ready, Your Honor.
your
Your
appearance,
Honor.
please.
Your
And
Honor.
on behalf of the people.
My apologies, Angela. Your Honor, for the record, Jeffrey Bowditch, 45367, appearing on behalf of and with Mr. Pascual. Elvin, could you tell the judge your name for the record, please?
My name is Elvin Pascual.
Thank you, Your Honor. Your Honor, today is the date and time set for pretrial in this matter. I've met with Ms. Manarino. I've met with Mr. Pascual. At this time, Mr. Pascual wishes to plead guilty to the charge of operating under the influence of liquor.
Sir, would you raise your right hand for me? Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you, sir. You may put your hand down. Sir, you had the opportunity to,
Yes.
I'm sorry, to speak
Yes.
to Mr. Bowditch. You understand the charges against you and the possible penalties.
Yes, Your Honor.
And after having that conversation, sir, is your desire to plead guilt?
Yes, Your Honor.
I'm sorry.
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Bowditch, the original, the original charge was operating while intoxicated?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Sir, you wish to plead guilty this morning to operating under the influence of liquor.
Yes, Your Honor.
Your Honor,
Sir,
I'm sorry, I don't mean to interrupt the court. The offer was to plead as charged, Your Honor.
Your Honor, I may have used an old terminology.
Thank you. That's why I was.
I apologize, Your Honor.
Miss,
It
Mr.
went from
Pascal,
OUIL to OWI.
That's, well, a couple of things. Mr. Pascal, before I ask you anything else, I want to disclose on the record that I'm married to an elected official in Van Buren Township. I make this disclosure as Van Buren Township issued the citation in this matter. My husband is not involved in the day-to-day operations of the Public Safety Department. He doesn't know anything about your case and has no influence over this court's ruling in any matter. Mr. Bowditch is aware of this, but I'd like to make the disclosure on the record. Mr. Bowditch, are we still prepared to proceed with the plea in this matter?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. Mr. Pascal, the question was, you've had an opportunity to speak to Mr. Bowditch, and you understand the charges you face and the penalties, and you still wish to plead guilty as charged in this case.
Yes, Your Honor.
Sir, you understand that if the court accepts your plea this morning, you will not have a trial of any kind?
Yes, Your Honor.
You will not have the opportunity to present witnesses on your own behalf or stand cross-examine witnesses put forth by the prosecutor.
Yes, Your Honor.
And sir, you're entering this plea freely and voluntarily. You haven't been threatened in any way, promised anything to get you to plead guilty.
Yes, Your Honor.
You're pleading guilty because you are in fact guilty.
Yes, Your Honor.
Sir, is it true that on November 30th, 2022 in Van Buren Township, you operated a motor vehicle while intoxicated?
Yes, Your Honor.
And sir, you do not dispute the allegations in the warrant and complaint in this matter that your blood alcohol content at that time was 0.151?
Yes, Your Honor.
Satisfied, Ms. Manarino?
Satisfied, Your Honor.
Satisfied, Mr. Bowditch?
Satisfied, Your Honor.
Sir, the court accepts your plea of guilty as charged in this matter. Because this is a drinking and driving offense, the next step in this procedure will be a referral to the probation department for your interview and the development of a sentence recommendation. Please respond to all phone calls and emails from the probation department so they may schedule that interview with you. Get you scheduled back here for sentencing, okay?
Oh, yes, Your Honor.
Anything else on behalf of the township?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Anything else, Mr. Bowditch?
No, Your Honor.
Thank
Mr.
you, Mr.
Pascal,
Pascal. Thank you for your patience this morning, sir. I will see you at sentencing.
Okay. Thank you,
Thank you.
Your Honor.
Free to go. Have a good afternoon.
Thank you.
Are we ready on Sakuru?
We are, Judge.
This is 22WM017870M. This is Wayne County Airport versus Alessandro Sakuru. May I have your appearances, please?
The record, Your Honor, James Smith appearing on behalf of the airport.
Good morning, Judge. May it please the court, Delvin Lustig on behalf of Mr. Securo.
Mr. Sakuru, take your hat off, unmute yourself and state your name for the record.
Alessandro Sakuro.
Thank you. Today is the day and time set for the arraignment and pretrial in this matter. Mr. Lustig, how are we proceeding this morning?
Judge, we're very grateful for the adjournment. Everything has been amended and paid, and I believe that Mr. Mena has a motion that we certainly will not object to.
And that is correct, Your Honor. We'll move to dismiss the charge.
Prosecution motion to dismiss this case is granted. Anything else in this matter, Mr. Mena?
No, Your Honor.
Anything else, Mr. Lustig?
No, Judge, thank you so much.
Thank you. You're so welcome. Mr. Sakuru, good luck to you, sir. Have a good afternoon.
You too.
Thank you.
Thank you. Are we ready on Frisch? Nope, okay. Let's try again. Are we ready on Freed?
Yes, Your Honor.
This is 23WM000820T. Wayne County Airport versus Eric Freed. May I have your appearances, please?
For the record, Your Honor, James Mena appearing on behalf of the airport.
Your Honor, good morning. I'm Joe Simon. I appear on behalf of Mr. Freed. For purposes of arraignment, Your Honor, we waive formal reading and stand mute to the charges.
Mr. Freed, unmute yourself, state your name for the record, please.
Eric Freed.
Thank you. Bond in this matter will be set at 1,000 personal. Mr. Freed, you don't need to post any money, but what you must do is continue to appear as directed by this court until this matter is resolved in its entirety. Mr. Simon, had you had the opportunity to speak to Mr. Mena for pretrial purposes?
I have, Your Honor, and Mr. Mena has given me some discovery, but I've requested a little bit more, requesting to adjourn the pretrial, and I'll defer to Mr. Mena on how much time he thinks he needs to obtain that discovery.
Your Honor, what is requested is some additional video. I believe that the police department has or is sending it out, so I would probably say just a few weeks.
Our next date for the airport is March the 2nd, 2023 at
10 o'clock.
At 9 a.m. That's back here on Zoom, back with me in courtroom number 1.
Judge,
Anything else in this?
10 o'clock.
10 o'clock. Thank
Yep.
you, Mary Ann.
Yep.
I'm just gonna make up times. Thank you. 10 a.m. on March the 2nd. Anything else, Mr. Mena?
No, Your Honor.
Your Honor,
Anything else, Mr. Simon?
Thank you. Yes, I'm sorry to talk over you. I don't know in cases like this if it's necessary. My client is actually appearing from the Portland, Oregon area, a suburb of Portland. He's out of state. That's his permanent residence, and he's going to be requesting permission to be out of the state of Michigan as part of his bond.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Anything else, Mr. Simon?
That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Freed. I'll see you back here on March the 2nd for your pretrial.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Mr. Bunting. Which MIDC attorney spoke with Mr. Bunting? Mr. Bowditch?
Your Honor, I believe he was in Miss Medina's meeting room.
Your Honor, I didn't
She's
I
not
didn't speak with.
responding, but I see Mr. Bowditch and Ms. Brown. Thank you, Ms. Manarino.
You're
These
welcome.
are 22WM 01772 A and B. These are Wayne County Airport versus Susan Brown. May I have your appearances, please?
Your Honor, I apologize. I need to speak with Miss Brown.
Absolutely.
Jeff, your co-host, you can move the two of you around.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't know I was made a co-host.
Ms. Michaels, do you need to speak to your client?
No, we're ready to proceed to
Do you-
arraignment. I'm sorry. No,
No, you're fine. Give me 1 second.
sure.
These are 23WM 00072 A and B. These are Wayne County Airport versus Carrie Gibbons. May I have your appearance, please?
For the record, Your Honor, James Mena appearing on behalf of the airport.
Good morning, Ellen Michaels, P67943, on behalf of Carrie Gibbons, who's present over Zoom. We agree to proceed over Zoom for today's arraignment and pretrial.
Ma'am, state your name for the record, please.
Carrie Gibbons, Your Honor.
Thank you. And for purposes of arraignment, Ms. Michaels, what say you?
For purposes of arraignment, we'll waive formal reading and I'll stand my client mute.
Thank you. Bond in both matters will be set at 1,000 personal. Ms. Gibbons, you don't need to post any money, but what you must do is continue to appear and participate in these proceedings until they are resolved in their entirety. For purposes of pretrial, Ms. Michaels, how are we proceeding?
We're seeking a new pretrial date. I need to obtain discovery from the prosecutor and determine next steps.
Thank you. That pretrial date will be March the 2nd, 2023 at
10 o'clock.
At 10 a.m. That is back here on Zoom, back here with me in courtroom number 1. Anything else in this matter, Mr. Mena?
No, Your Honor.
Anything else, Ms. Michaels?
Yes, Mr. Prosecutor, could you please put your contact information in the chat?
Sure.
Thank you so much. No, nothing else. Thank you so much, everybody. Ms. Gibbons, you
Thank
can
you.
log off.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Hadley, are you ready with something?
Sure, Your Honor, we can do a little cleanup. I can jump all the way to the 10 o'clock docket. Joshua Burgess. It is a dismissal, I believe, per Mr. Mena, as we were waiting for the individual to make payment to the parking provider.
That is correct, Your Honor.
Thank you. And just so the record's clear, we're talking about 22WM018050M, Wayne County Airport versus Burgess. Court will note the dismissal by the prosecutor. Anything else in this matter, Mr. Hadley?
No, Your Honor. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Mena.
Thank you, Mr. Hadley.
Thank you.
Your Honor, I also had an individual appointment today that was set for 8:50. I'm not sure where the court wants to go with that one, as I do not believe he's checked in and he failed to appear at our prior pre-trial.
Give me 1 second.
Absolutely, Your Honor.
At 8 o'clock?
It was an 8:50 a.m. The defendant's
Oh,
name was
8:50.
Yes, Your Honor.
Scott,
Yes.
these are 22WM01548 A and B. These are Wayne County Airport versus Elijah Juan Scott. Your appearances.
For the record, Your Honor, James Mena appearing on behalf of the airport.
Good morning, Your Honor. Attorney Josh Hadley, appearing on behalf of the defendant, Elijah Juan Scott.
Thank you. This matter had been previously scheduled on January 19, 2023. It was adjourned to this morning at 8:50. It's now 9:16 by the court's clock. Defendant having failed to appear. Mr. Hadley, have you had any contact with your client?
No, Your Honor. My file notes that I tried reaching him on the 19th, the 20th of January, and again on February 14th, all unsuccessful at this time.
Thank you. The matter will be set for show cause. Do you have anything else with us this morning, Mr. Hadley?
Your Honor, I believe I do have a 9:50 final pre-trial with victim to appear, but I believe Mr. Nunley will be covering that. We're a little premature.
Okay.
Unless there is a James Chung that is checked in early for the airport matter, I do not see him. So no, I believe that's all I've got for you right now, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Hadley.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Miss Medina, were you with Mr. Bunting?
Yes, Your Honor, and we are ready on Mr. Bunting.
This is 22VB02617OT, Van Buren Township versus Cornelius Bunting. May I have your appearance, please?
Crystal Marie Medina, Your Honor, on behalf of Mr. Bunting.
Sir, unmute yourself and state your name for the record, please.
Bunting, Cornelius, first name, last name, Bunting.
Mr. Bunting, is there a reason why you failed to, what is the reason for your failure to appear back on January 19th, sir?
I had just got this notification in the mail sometime at, when was it sent out? I had to look and see on the paperwork. They issued January 20th. I had no recollection of the court case. I had no, I was just in the
Okay, Mr.
hospital.
Bunting,
Yep,
I was in the
Mr.
hospital.
Bunting.
Mr. Bunting.
I need you
was
to
in the-
do, I need you to do something for me, Mr. Bunting. Would you turn the way you're sitting just a little bit? There's a light behind you that's keeping me from being able to see you.
Yeah,
Ms. Medina,
that's
for
fine.
purposes of arraignment and pretrial, how are we proceeding this morning?
Your Honor, we would waive formal reading and stand mute. I have had the opportunity to speak with Ms. Manarino, and we are requesting an adjournment for discovery, Your Honor.
In the interim, Mr. Bunting, we will set your bond in this matter at 1,000 personal. You don't need to post any money, but what you must do is continue to appear as directed by this court until the case is resolved in its entirety. Ms.
Can I-
Medina,
I
Go
know,
ahead,
I
sir.
know, I was about to ask you, can I have what the case is for? I was
Sure.
told by
Sure.
the,
Sir.
I'm
Sir,
just, I can speak, ma'am, all due respect, but I'm
Mr.
listening to
Bunting,
you.
no, Mr. Bunting, I'm gonna answer your question, okay? It should be on your notice to appear, but the allegation is that you gave false ID or represented another license as your own on December 20th, 2022 in Van Buren Township. Today is
Well-
just about hold on, please. Today is just about responding to the allegations. Ms. Medina has had you stand mute to those charges. The court has set bond. Ms. Medina has requested discovery, which means asking the prosecutor to send more information
I
about
don't-
the case.
I have all due respect, ma'am, to cut you off, sorry, Judge, please, for I was speaking, but at the time, I was in the hospital.
Sir, that's exactly
They-
what you and I are going to discuss the circumstances, and I will make sure, sir, that your position is relayed, okay? That is my job, okay? But for today,
You're muted, ma'am. I can't hear you.
Mr. Bunting, what I was starting to say before you interrupted me, sir, is that Ms. Medina has requested discovery from the prosecutor. She'll have that,
Yeah.
and when we
Are the-
reappear on March the 2nd,
I'm sorry for cutting you off, but
no, you're
the
not,
case,
because this is the third time you've done it, Mr. Bunting.
okay, to be honest with you, because I was in the hospital to January 5th, to January 5th, 2023, that means that my case should be dismissed, and then I have proof of record of me being at the hospital, Garden City Hospital, 3rd floor, room 315.
Mr. Bunting, excuse me for interrupting you, but we are going to get all that information together and I will represent you, okay? Prior to the next court date, we'll get this clarified, okay? This is not the time to be discussing this on the record. Thank you, Your Honor.
Miss, if my case
That
should be
adjourn
dismissed, I feel very, long as this case gets dismissed, I'm fine. But I'm just saying,
Mr.
for,
Bunting, hold on one second. Mr. Bunting, I've said it now, and Ms. Medina has said it now, that today is just the arraignment. This is not the point where we take that information from you. Okay, I hear you, and we'll be back here on March the 2nd, 2023. At what time, Mary Ann?
10:15.
At 10:15 a.m. And Mr. Bunting, in the interim, Ms. Medina will receive information from the prosecutor. She'll match it up with the information you give to her. And if a dismissal is appropriate, that is something that may be discussed at that time. But we're back here on March 2nd on Zoom at 10:15 a.m. Court staff will mail notice to you to appear on that date at that time so that we may further discuss this case, okay?
sure, that's fine, but I
Thank
think
you,
it
Your
still should be dismissed for the simple fact that I was
Thank
in
you,
the
Your Honor.
hospital.
Thank you,
Mr.
Your Honor.
Bunting, that concludes this matter. You may leave. I'll see you on March the 2nd.
Your Honor, I needed to speak with Mr. Mena if I could. I just wanted to let him know if we can, I'm gonna meet him in a room.
Absolutely. Ms. Medina, your co-host, you can move yourself into
Yep.
Mr. Mena's room and he'll join you there.
Okay, that's what I'll do. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Mr. Mays, good morning, sir.
Good morning, Your Honor.
How are you?
I'm good. I have two cases before you this morning. One's ready and one we're waiting on.
Which one is ready, sir?
Emery Kimball, if he's
And that's
here.
the one I have, 230063. OD. This is Van Buren Township versus Emery Kimball. May I have your appearance, please?
Good morning, Your Honor. William Mays on behalf of Mr. Kimball. Mr. Kimball, state your name, please.
I am here, Emery Kimball, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Kimball. Today is the day and time set for the arraignment and pretrial in this matter. Mr. Mays, how are we proceeding?
Waive reading on the arraignment, ask the court to enter a not guilty plea, and I have met with the prosecutor who's offering to dismiss the original charges in exchange for a plea to operating while visibly impaired. I've already gone over the advice of rights with Mr. Kimball, as well as the maximum possible penalty. And at this time, I know that he is ready to proceed with the plea.
Thank you. Mr. Kimball, I want to disclose on the record to you a fact that Mr. Mays is already aware of. I'm married to an elected official in Van Buren Township. I made that disclosure as Van Buren Township is the issuing agency of the charges against you. My husband is not involved in the day-to-day operations of the Public Safety Department. He doesn't know anything about your case and has no impact on this court's rulings. Mr. Mays, are we still prepared to proceed with the plea?
We are.
Thank you. Mr. Kimball, again, because this is your first appearance, you had not previously had bond set. The court will set bond in this matter at $5,000 personal. Sir, you don't need to post any money, but what you must do is continue to appear as directed by this court until the case is resolved in its entirety. Would you raise your right hand for me, please? Do you swear or affirm the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. You may put your hand down. Sir, you've had the opportunity to discuss your case with Mr. Mays, and you understand the charges against you and the possible consequences.
Yes, Your Honor.
And after having that conversation, sir, is your wish to plead guilty to operating while visibly impaired?
Yes, Your Honor.
Sir, you understand that if the court accepts your plea this morning, you will not have a trial of any kind.
Yes, Your Honor.
You will not have the opportunity to present witnesses on your own behalf or see and cross-examine witnesses put forth by the prosecutor.
Yes, Your Honor.
And sir, you're entering this plea freely and voluntarily. You haven't been threatened in any way, promised anything to get you to plead guilty?
No, Your Honor.
Are you pleading guilty, sir, because you are in fact guilty?
Yes, Your Honor.
Sir, is it true that on January 18, 2023, in Van Buren Township, you operated a motor vehicle while you were visibly impaired by alcohol?
Yes, Your Honor.
And sir, do you dispute that your blood alcohol content on that date at that time was 0.16?
I do not dispute, Your Honor.
Thank you. I'm sorry, I cut you off, Mr. Kimball.
I just said I do not dispute, Your Honor.
Thank you. It satisfied Ms. Manarino?
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you.
Satisfied Mr. Mays?
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Kimball, the court accepts your plea of guilty to operating while visibly impaired for count 1 and dismisses count 2. Sir, the next step in these proceedings is that you will be referred to the probation department. They will contact you by phone and email to set up an interview and screening of you. The probation department will prepare a sentence recommendation to the court and schedule you to come back to courtroom number 1 for sentence to be imposed. Understood?
Understood, Your Honor.
Thank you. Anything else in this matter, Ms. Manarino?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
Anything else, Mr. Mays?
No, Your Honor. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Mr. Kimball, you are free to go, sir. I will see you back for sentencing. Oh, I'm sorry. Fingerprints. There is an order for fingerprints on the front of the file. The court is signing that. Sir, please have your fingerprints taken within the next 14 days.
Thank you, Your Honor.
I'll give him a call and walk him through that process, Your Honor. Thank you.
I appreciate you for that, Mr. Mays. Thank you.
Thanks. All right. I will see you in a few minutes, Your Honor.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Bajork, are we ready with Mr. Miller?
Yes, Your Honor. It's set for pretrial hearing. I'd like a breakout room meeting with Angela Manarino, if I may first, Your Honor.
Absolutely.
Your Honor, I'll into my meeting room.
Thank you
sorry?
so very much.
Thank you.
Mr. Jadala.
Yes, Judge.
Sir, the first case that you're ready on?
Your Honor, I'm on a tablet, so I need to speak with the prosecutor on Womack and Frisch, if that's possible.
Absolutely.
Is that, Sam, is that Angela?
I believe it is. I believe Angela should be on both. I know one is a Belleville case and the Womack matter, I believe it's a Belleville.
Okay, thanks.
Miss Soriano. Miss Soriano, which attorney did you speak with, ma'am?
Oh, I forgot his name, but
What did he look like?
he can speak
Dark hair or white hair?
dark hair. He can speak a little
Dark
bit
hair.
Spanish.
That's probably Mr. Nunley, who is still in the breakout room. I haven't forgotten about you. Your file's right here. I just need the attorney out so that we may proceed. Mr. Bowditch, are we ready with Ms. Brown?
Yes, Your Honor.
This is a recall of 22WM01772 A and B, Wayne County Airport versus Susan Brown. May I have your appearances, please?
For the record, Your Honor, James Bennett appearing on behalf of the airport.
Your Honor, Jeffrey Bowditch appearing on behalf of and with Ms. Brown. Ms. Brown, could you tell the judge your name for the record, please? Ms. Brown, I believe you're muted.
Okay.
Now,
Hello?
just tell the judge your name for the record, ma'am.
Susan Brown.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. Today is
Your
the day
Honor.
and time set for the pretrial. Mr. Bowditch, how are we proceeding?
We're requesting an adjournment, Your Honor. The matter is going to be resolved within the time. So the next available court date, Your Honor.
That next available court date is March 2nd, 2023 at
10:15.
at 10:15 back here on Zoom in number 1. Anything else, Mr. Bowditch?
Nothing, Your Honor.
Anything else, Mr. Mena, in this matter?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you. Ms. Brown, you're free to go. I will see you back here on March the 2nd. Have a good day.
Thank you. You too.
Thank you, ma'am. Mr. Mays, are we ready with Mr. Oh, with Ms. Clark?
Angela had indicated, Your Honor, that she needed the officers to write the new ticket. So we're waiting on an officer.
So the answer is no.
As far as I know, the answer is no.
Thank you.
Thank you, Judge.
Well, wait a minute. I thought. Mr. Pearsall,
Yes, ma'am.
which MIDC attorney did you speak with, sir?
Medina.
She appears to still be in her breakout room.
Yeah, she was talking with one other client,
Oh,
I
no.
believe.
She's here, Miss Medina.
Ready?
This is
Your
This is 23WM00084, Wayne County Airport versus John Pearsall. May I have your appearances, please?
For the record, Your Honor, James Bennett appearing on
Krista
behalf of the airport.
And Krista Marie Medina, Your Honor, on behalf of Mr. Purcell. Mr. Purcell, would you please say your name for the record?
John Pearsall.
Thank you. Today is the day and time set for the arraignment and pretrial for Ms. Medina for purposes of arraignment. How are we proceeding?
Your Honor, we would wait for more reading and stand mute in this matter.
Thank you. Mr. Pearsall, your bond in this matter will be set at 1,000 personal. You do not need to post any money, but what you must do is continue to appear as directed by this court until the case is resolved in its entirety. Ms. Medina, for purposes of pretrial, how are we proceeding?
Your Honor, I did have the pleasure of speaking with Prosecutor Mena. At this time, my client is prepared to plead responsible to a double parking. My understanding is the fine on that would be $400, Your Honor.
In addition, Your Honor, the item that was seized will be destroyed.
And my client is aware of that, Your Honor.
Thank you. Mr. Pearsall, would you raise your right hand for me, please, sir? Do you swear or affirm the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you, sir. You may put your hand down. Sir, you had the opportunity to speak to Ms. Medina, and you understand the charges you face and the possible penalties.
I do.
And after that conversation, your desire is to plead responsible to the added count of double parking with the understanding that the checkpoint violation would be dismissed.
Yes, that is my understanding.
You understand that if the court accepts your plea this morning, you will not have a trial of any kind?
Yes, I do.
You will not have the opportunity to present witnesses on your own behalf or see and cross-examine witnesses put forth by the prosecutor.
I understand.
And sir, you're entering this plea freely and voluntarily. You haven't been threatened in any way or promised anything to get you to plead responsible.
I have not. It is voluntary.
Thank you, sir. Is it true that on January 21st, 2023, at Wayne County Airport, which is located City of Romulus County, Wayne, State of Michigan, you were double parked contrary to law?
Yes.
Satisfied, Mr. Mena?
Yes, Your Honor.
Satisfied, Ms. Medina?
Satisfied, Your Honor.
Mr. Pearsall, the court accepts your plea of responsible to the double parking and will dismiss the checkpoint violation misdemeanor. As previously indicated, the fine in this matter will be $400 and the item seized at the airport will be destroyed. Do you need more than 5 days to pay the $400, sir?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Pearsall, you may pay that online, you may mail it to the court, or you may bring it into the court. Anything else, Mr. Mena?
No, Your Honor.
Anything else, Ms. Medina?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you. Mr. Pearsall, thank you for your patience this morning, sir. Have a good day.
Thank you. How do I pay online?
Judge,
Online on the court's.
there's a collections clerk here, Judge.
It's a 5-day pay, Marianne.
Okay, I'm sorry to interrupt.
No, not at all, ma'am. Mr. Pearsall, on the court's website, there's a button to click to make payment. You just type in your ticket number and it will populate for you to make the payment that way.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Bajorek, are we ready with Miller?
Yes, Your Honor, we are. Thank you.
2300290D, Van Buren Township versus Marvin Miller. May I have your appearances, please?
Angela Manarino on behalf of the people.
And good morning, Your Honor. David Bajorek, P39096, on behalf of Mr. Miller. Mr. Miller, will you state your name for the court?
Marvin Miller.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. This is the day and time set for the pretrial in this matter. Mr. Bajorek, how are we proceeding?
Your Honor, I've met with Ms. Manarino. I'm still waiting for some discovery that I need to properly review and counsel my client. She's here, I understand, every two times a month. 2 weeks from now, I have a conflict, so we're asking the matter to be set for another pretrial hearing in 4 weeks, which would be the 16th of March, please. Ms. Manarino, I believe, has agreed to that.
That's correct, Your Honor.
March 16th at what time, Marianne?
8:45.
8:45 on March the 16th, back here in courtroom number 1, back on Zoom. Anything else in this matter, Ms. Manarino?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
Anything else, Mr. Bajorek?
No, Your Honor. Thank you very much and have a nice day.
You
Pleasure.
too. Mr. Miller, have a good afternoon.
You too, ma'am. Thank you, Your Honor.
Your Honor, just to let the court know, we are ready on Mr. Bechtold and Ms. Paul.
This is 23WM000540M Wayne County Airport versus Edward Bechtold. May I have your appearances, please?
Crystal Marie Medina, Your Honor, on behalf of Mr. Bechtold. Mr. Bechtold, would you please say your full name for the record?
Edward Bechtold.
And for the record, Your Honor, James Mena appearing on behalf of the airport.
Today is the day and time set for the arraignment and pretrial. Ms. Medina, for purposes of arraignment, ma'am, what say you?
Your Honor, with regard to the arraignment, we would waive formal reading and stand mute.
And for purposes of pretrial, have you had the opportunity to speak to Mr. Mena regarding a resolution?
Your Honor, I did not speak with Mr. Mena. My understanding at this time was that we are requesting an adjournment. And speaking with my client, we would like to request discovery in this matter, Your Honor.
Thank you,
And
ma'am.
have the opportunity to discuss it further.
In the interim, Mr. Bechtold's bond will be set at 1,000 personal. Sir, you do not need to post any money, but what you must do is continue to appear as directed by the court until the case is resolved in its entirety. There's a notation now in the file that discovery has been requested and that adjourned pretrial date will be
March 2nd at 10:15.
March 2nd, 2023 at 10:15 a.m. That's back here in courtroom number 1 with me back on Zoom. Anything else, Mr. Mena?
No, Your Honor.
Anything else, Ms. Medina?
No, Your Honor, thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Bechtold. I'll see you here on March the 2nd. Have a good afternoon, sir.
You too. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. This is 23WM000510M Wayne County Airport versus Latoya Paul. May I have your appearance, please?
For the record, Your Honor, James Mena appearing on behalf of the airport.
And Crystal Marie Medina, Your Honor, appearing on behalf of Ms. Paul.
Ms. Paul, unmute yourself, state your name for the record, turn your video on. Thank you.
Oh, give me a second. Something is wrong with my camera.
State your name, ma'am.
Latoya Paul.
Thank you. Today is the day and time set for the arraignment and pretrial. Ms. Medina, for purpose of arraignment, how are we proceeding?
With regard to the arraignment, we would waive formal reading and stand mute, Your Honor.
And for pretrial, ma'am?
Your Honor, at this time, my client is prepared to plead responsible to double parking. And my understanding is that the fine would be $400 and that the item would be destroyed, Your Honor.
Ms. Paul, raise your right hand for me, please. Ma'am, do you swear or affirm that you will tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in this matter?
Yes.
Thank you. You may put your hand down. You had the opportunity to discuss this case with Ms. Medina, and you understand the charges you face and the possible penalties.
Yes, I do.
And after having that conversation, it's your wish to plead responsible to double parking, understanding that the checkpoint violation would be dismissed.
Yes.
You understand that if the court accepts your plea this morning, you will not have a trial of any kind.
Yes.
You will not have the opportunity to present witnesses on your own behalf or see and cross-examine any witnesses put forth by the prosecutor.
Yes.
And ma'am, you're in this plea freely and voluntarily. You haven't been threatened in any way, promised anything to get you to plead responsible.
No, I have not.
You're pleading responsible because you are in fact responsible.
Yes.
Ma'am, is it true that on January 13, 2023 at Wayne County Airport, which is city of Round Mills County, Wayne, state of Michigan, you were double parked contrary to law?
Yes.
Satisfied, Mr. Mena?
I'm satisfied, Your Honor.
Satisfied, Ms.
Satisfied.
Medina?
Satisfied.
Ma'am, the court accepts your plea of responsible to double parking and will dismiss the checkpoint violation. As previously indicated by Ms. Medina, the fine in this matter will be $400 and the item seized by the airport will be destroyed. Ma'am, do you need more than 5 days to pay this amount?
Yes.
Ms. Paul, the case is concluded. All but for the payment arrangement, the court will move you into the collections department. You will set up a payment plan with the collections clerk, okay?
Okay.
Good luck to you, ma'am. Have a good afternoon.
Thank you. You too.
Thank you. Mr. Davis, are we ready with? No, okay. Mr. Davis, are you ready with CZ?
Jacob. Yes, I'm ready, Judge.
I'm sorry. This is 2300220D. Van Buren Township versus Jacob Zapla. May I have your appearance, please?
Angela Manning on behalf of the people.
And I'm Reese Davis, appearing with defendant who's present, appearing via Zoom. Jacob, will you state your name for the record?
Jacob Chapla.
Thank you. Today is the day and time set for the adjourned pretrial in this matter. Mr. Davis, how are we proceeding?
Judge, we reached an agreement where the prosecutor is going to amend the charge to operating while visibly impaired. We're prepared to enter a guilty plea to the amended charge.
That's correct, Your Honor.
Thank you. Mr. Davis, I think you and I have had this conversation before, but I'll place the disclosure on the record that I'm married to an elected official in Van Buren Township. I make these disclosures. Van Buren Township is the issuing agency in this matter. My husband is not involved in the day-to-day operations of the Public Safety Department. He doesn't know anything about this case and has no impact on the court's rulings in these matters. Knowing that, sir, do you need to speak to your client, or are you ready to proceed with the plea in this matter?
No, we're ready to proceed. I don't see a conflict, Judge.
Thank you. Mr. Zappala, raise your right hand for me, please. Do you swear or affirm testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do so swear.
Thank you, sir. You may put your hand down. Sir, you've had the opportunity to speak to Mr. Davis, and you understand the charges you face and the possible consequences.
Yes, Your Honor.
And after having that conversation, sir, you wish to plead guilty to the added count of operating while visibly impaired.
I do.
You understand that if the court accepts your plea this morning, you will not have a trial of any kind?
I do understand that, yes.
You will not have the opportunity to present witnesses on your own behalf or see and cross-examine witnesses put forth by the prosecutor.
I do, Your Honor.
And sir, you're entering this plea freely and voluntarily. You haven't been threatened in any way, promised anything to get you to plead guilty.
I have not, Your Honor.
Are you pleading guilty because you are in fact guilty?
Yes, Your Honor.
Sir, is it true that on January 1st, 2023 in Van Buren Township, you operated a motor vehicle while you were visibly impaired?
Yes, Your Honor.
And sir, you admit and agree that at the time of this incident, your blood alcohol content was 0.21.
Yes, Your Honor.
Satisfied, Ms. Manarino?
Satisfied, Your Honor.
Satisfied, Mr. Davis?
Satisfied.
Sir, the court accepts your plea of guilty to the added count of operating while visibly impaired. The operating while intoxicated charge is dismissed. The next step in these proceedings will be a referral to the probation department. Sir, they are the ones that will interview you and prepare a sentence recommendation for this court. They will contact you by phone and by email. Please respond to them so that you may be interviewed and your sentencing scheduled. Anything else in this matter, Ms. Manarino?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
Anything else, Mr. Davis? Mr. Davis?
Missed that?
Anything else?
No, I'm all set, Judge. Thank you.
Thank you so very much. Mr. Zappala, I'll see you at sentencing, sir. Good luck to you. Have a good afternoon.
Thank you, Your Honor. Have a great day.
Thank you. This is 22WM014630M. This is Wayne County Airport versus Judith Soriano. May I have your appearance, please?
Royce Nunley appearing on behalf of the defendant.
Ma'am, state your name for me, please.
Judith Garcia Soriano.
Thank you. Today is a day and time for the show cause arraignment and pretrial. Mr. Nunley, how are we proceeding this morning?
For purposes of the arraignment, we'd waive a formal reading. For purposes of the pretrial, we are going to accept the offer tendered by the prosecutor, which is to plead guilty under 771.3 for a period of 3 months with $76 in restitution.
Ms. Soriano, raise your right hand for me, please. Do you swear or affirm testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I swear.
Ma'am, you've had the opportunity to speak to Mr. Nunley this morning. You understand the charges you face and the possible penalties?
Yes, I do.
And after that conversation, ma'am, you wish to enter a plea of guilty as charged to the defrauding innkeeper?
Yes.
Ma'am, you understand that if the court accepts your plea this morning, you will not have a trial of any kind?
Yes, I understand.
You will not have the opportunity to present witnesses on your own behalf or see and cross-examine witnesses put forth by the prosecutor?
Yes.
And ma'am, you're entering this plea freely and voluntarily?
Yes.
You haven't been threatened in any way, promised anything to get you to plead guilty?
Yes, I feel good.
Are you, ma'am, are you pleading guilty because you are in fact guilty?
Yes.
Ma'am, is it true that on September 18, 2022 at Wayne County Airport, which is City of Brown Hills County, Wayne, State of Michigan, you defrauded an innkeeper by failing to make payment in full at a parking location?
Yes.
Satisfied, Mr. Mena?
I'm satisfied, Your Honor.
Satisfied, Mr. Nunley?
Yes, Your Honor.
Ma'am, the court accepts your plea of guilty to the defrauding innkeeper. As previously indicated, sentence in this matter will be delayed for a period of 3 months, ma'am, so long as you pay the cost of $200 and $76 in restitution to standard parking and incur no new criminal offenses for 3 months. The matter will be administratively reviewed for dismissal. Understood.
Understand.
Do you need more than 5 days to pay the $276 in total?
Yes.
Ma'am, at the conclusion of this hearing, you will be moved to the collections room. Please speak to the collections clerk that is there to set up a payment plan, okay?
Okay. Thank you, Your Honor.
Ms. Soriano, thank you for your patience this morning, ma'am. You have a good day. Go into the collections room.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. This is
Mr. Frisch, if you can hear me, your attorney is waiting for you in the breakout room. Excuse me, Judge.
no, Marianne, you're fine.
I'm sorry.
There's a gentleman here. Go ahead.
I didn't get an invite for the breakout room.
I'll send it again.
Thank you.
There's a gentleman here in a black hoodie in a car. You keep raising your hand. We're trying to get you labeled. Sir, unmute yourself and state your name, please.
Sway Stewart.
Sir, you're going to see an invitation to go into the breakout room to talk to a clerk so that they can get you labeled and get you connected with the court-appointed attorney, okay?
Okay.
This is, thank you. This is 22VB022520M. This is Van Buren Township versus Deanna Jordan.
Angela Manning on behalf of the people.
Royce Nunley appearing on behalf of the defendants.
Thank you. State your name for me, please, Ms. Jordan.
Deanna Jordan.
Thank you. Today is the day and time set for the pretrial in this matter. Mr. Nunley, how are we proceeding?
So we requested discovery in the matter, which we received, I think, about 2 days ago. I was going through it yesterday, and for some reason, the videos won't work. I got videos on 3 cases, and the other ones work perfectly fine. I think it's probably just some sort of like technical error or whatnot. So unfortunately, we do need another adjournment so that we can re-request these videos and try to get a working copy of them.
Thank you, Mr. Nunley. The court will adjourn the pretrial. The next pretrial date in this matter will be March the 2nd, 2023 at
10:30.
At 10:30 a.m. That's back here in number 1, back on Zoom. Anything else, Ms. Manarino?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Anything else, Mr. Nunley?
Nothing further. Thank you, Judge.
Thank you. Ms. Jordan, we'll see you here on March the 2nd. Mr. Frisch, have you still not received an invitation? Mr. Nunley, what else?
I have Rashina Latner, Keith Doss. Dorothy Branch. She here?
Branch?
Branch, yep.
Okay. There was something else. I'm sorry. Did I have Mr. Mays covered up? No. This is 23WM000560M, Wayne County Airport versus Rashina Latner. May I have your appearance, please?
For the record, Your Honor, James Smith appearing on behalf of the airport.
Royce Nunley appearing on behalf of the defendant.
Ms. Latner, state your name for the record, please, ma'am.
Rashina Latner.
Thank you so much. Today is the day and time set for the arraignment and pretrial. Mr. Nunley, how are we proceeding?
Purposes of the arraignment, we'd waive a formal reading. For purposes of the pretrial, Ms. Latner wants to accept the offer tendered by the prosecutor to plead guilty under 771 for a period of 3 months.
Ms. Latner, raise your right hand for me, please. Do you swear or affirm testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you, ma'am. Ma'am, you've had the opportunity to speak to Mr. Nunley, and you understand the charges you face and the possible consequences.
Yes.
And after having that conversation, you wish to plead guilty as charged to the checkpoint violation. You're muted, ma'am.
Yes.
Ma'am, you understand that if the court accepts your plea this morning, you will not have a trial of any kind.
Yes.
You will not have the opportunity to present witnesses on your own behalf or see and cross-examine witnesses put forth by the prosecutor.
Yes.
And ma'am, are you entering this plea freely and voluntarily?
Yes.
You haven't been threatened in any way, promised anything to get you to plead guilty?
Yes.
Are you pleading guilty because you are in fact guilty?
Yes.
Ma'am, is it true that on January 14, 2023, at Wayne County Airport, which is City of Romulus, County of Wayne, State of Michigan, you committed a checkpoint violation by carrying a firearm in your carry-on bag at TSA screening?
Yes.
Satisfied, Mr. Mena?
I'm satisfied, Your Honor.
Satisfied, Mr. Nunley?
Yes, Your Honor, thank you.
Ma'am, the court accepts your plea of guilty to the checkpoint violation as previously indicated. The plea will be, sentence in this matter will be deferred for a period of 3 months, so long as you pay the $600 in costs assessed by this court and incur no new criminal offenses in the state of Michigan. The matter will be administratively reviewed for dismissal at the end of that 3-month period. Ma'am, do you need more than 5 days to pay that $600?
Yes.
Ma'am, at the end of this hearing, you will be transferred into the collections department. Please speak to the clerk there to make a payment plan on the $300. Is there anything else in this matter this morning, Mr. Mena?
No, Your Honor, there's not.
Anything else, Mr. Nunley?
Nothing further.
Thank you. Ms. Latner, please go into the collections room to set up a payment plan for that $600. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
This is 23WM000610M, Wayne County Airport versus Keith Doss. Appearances, please.
For the record, Your Honor, James Mena appearing on behalf of the airport.
Royce Nunley appearing on behalf of the defendant.
Mr. Doss, take your hood off. State your name for the record.
My name is Keith Doss.
Thank you. Today is the day and time set for the arraignment and pretrial in this matter. Mr. Nunley, how are we proceeding?
I was speaking with Mr. Doss in a breakout room, and he wanted a little additional time to consider the offer. But somehow he ended up in the main session. I'm unsure at this moment what he intends to do, if he intends to accept the offer or another course of action. So I guess I could pull him back into a breakout room to verify that.
If you want to do that, we'll put Mr. Doss back into a breakout room. I'll call Ms. Branch's case, and then you can go back with Mr. Doss, okay?
Okay, great. Thank you.
Thank you. This is 220818OM, Van Buren Township versus Dorothea Branch. May I have your appearance, please?
Dorothea Branch.
Royce Nunley appearing on behalf of the defendants.
Thank you. Today is the day and time set for the show cause arraignment and pretrial in this matter. Mr. Nunley, how are we proceeding?
For purposes of the arraignment, we waive a formal reading. For purposes of the pretrial, Ms. Branch is going to accept the offer of pleading guilty under 771 for a period of 12 months.
Ms. Branch, raise your right hand for me, please, ma'am. Do you swear or affirm testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you, ma'am. You may put your hand down. Before I take your plea, I'll place on the record that I'm married to the elected official of Van Buren Township. I make the disclosures. Van Buren Township is the issuing agency in this matter. My husband's not involved in the day-to-day operations of the Public Safety Department. He doesn't know anything about this case and has no impact on the court's rulings in these matters. Mr. Nunley, are we still prepared to proceed to the plea this morning?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. Ms. Branch, you understand that if the court accepts your plea this morning, you will not have a trial of any kind?
Yes.
You will not have the opportunity to present witnesses on your own behalf or see and cross-examine witnesses put forth by the prosecutor?
Yes.
Ma'am, are you entering this plea freely and voluntarily?
Yes.
You haven't been threatened in any way, promised anything to get you to plead guilty?
No.
Are you pleading guilty because you are in fact guilty?
Yes.
Ma'am, is it true that on September 26, 2022 in Van Buren Township, you contributed to delinquency of a minor,
Yes.
that you did something to encourage, contribute, or cause or tend that minor child under the age of 17 to become neglected or delinquent?
Yes.
Satisfied, Ms. Manarino?
Satisfied, Your Honor.
Satisfied, Mr. Nunley?
Yes, Your Honor.
Ma'am, the court accepts your plea of guilty as charged to contributing to the delinquency of a minor. As previously indicated by Mr. Nunley, this sentence will be deferred for a period of 12 months, so long as you incur no new criminal offenses and pay the costs assessed by the court. The matter will be administratively reviewed for dismissal. Ms. Manarino, was there anything that the township wanted to add in this matter?
Your Honor, I would just indicate, typically on these cases, no fines and costs are assessed. The biggest concern of the people is that Ms. Branch's child is attending school. I know there've been a number of absences this year, and that's the township's primary concern with this.
My client has indicated also that the issue shouldn't be a problem anymore, that the child went to live with her father. And there was a bunch of absences that happened during that period of time, but she indicated now that the child is living back with her. Is going to school in the district in which she lives in. She was on a waiting list for a short period of time when she came back to live with mom, and I think that maybe contributed to some of the absences, but it shouldn't be a problem moving forward.
So, Mr. Nunley, if I may, is Ms. Branch's child attending school in Van Buren or elsewhere?
Ms.
No,
Branch.
she's no, she's no longer in Van Buren. She's back in the Detroit school.
Okay, so what I'll do is I'll let the school know that. I think there's some paperwork the schools usually exchange on that when that happens, and so I'll just follow up with the school on that and let them know.
Thank you. Mr. Nunley, the court will assess minimal cost in this matter, $200. Ms. Branch, do you need more than 5 days to pay this amount?
Yes.
Ma'am, you will be moved into the collections department to set up a payment plan on that $200. Again, 12 months of deferred sentence. Pay that amount, no new criminal offenses, minor child to continue to attend school. Thank you, ma'am. Good luck to you.
Thank you.
Mr. Nunley, was there something else or were you ready to go in with Mr. Doss?
I think that I can go in with Mr. Doss.
Royce,
Thank you.
he wasn't accepting, I sent him an invitation to go.
Oh.
Is he in there? No, yeah, he's still out here.
Okay. Mr. Doss, can you hear us? Will you accept the invitation, please? Move to the breakout room.
This is 23 WM. I'm sorry. This is 21BB02126 AOT, Van Buren Township versus Larry McCullough Hawkins. Ms. Lacy. Mr. Mays, are we ready with Ms. Clark?
Maybe, I think so.
This is 22VB02685OT. This is Van Buren Township versus Rachel Clark. May I have your appearance, please?
Angela Manning on behalf of the people.
And good morning, Your Honor. William Mays on behalf of Ms. Clark. Ms. Clark, state your name, please.
Rachel Clark.
Your Honor, does the court have the new file that the court clerk prepared this morning on this matter?
It was printed at 9:47 and Officer Rapp handed it to me in the last 15 minutes.
Okay, then we're ready.
So, Your Honor, Ms. Clark is being charged with drag racing. In exchange for that, the prosecutors dismissed the old file. I've advised Ms. Clark of what the maximum possible penalty is for drag racing and gone through with her an advice of rights form. She is going to tender a plea of guilty at this time to that count.
Ms. Clark, raise your right hand for me, please. Do you swear or affirm testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do, Your Honor.
Thank you, ma'am. You may put your hand down. Ma'am, Mr. Mays has indicated that he's gone over your rights, the charges against you, and the possible penalties. Is that accurate?
It is.
And after having that conversation with him, oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Mays. You're aware of the fact that I'm married to an elected official in Van Buren Township. He's not involved in the day-to-day operations of the Public Safety Department. The issuing agency in this matter has no impact on this court's rulings. Are we still prepared to proceed with the plea?
We are.
Thank you. Ms. Clark, is it true that on August 19, 2022 in Van Buren Township, you were drag racing contrary to law?
Yes, Your Honor.
Ma'am, the court, I'm sorry, satisfied, Ms. Manarino?
Yes, Your Honor.
Satisfied, Mr. Mays?
Yes, Your Honor.
Ms. Clark, the court accepts your plea of guilty to the drag racing charge in this matter. Mr. Mays, this is an unusual one for this court. Any comments before fines and costs are imposed?
Well, Judge, not really. You're familiar with the facts, and I think this is the right outcome. We did the motion hearing.
That's this case?
That's this case.
Yes, Your Honor, the hearing that we had a couple weeks ago.
Okay,
So
thank you.
it's a 4-point offense, Your Honor. Drag racing is 4 points. It's a misdemeanor 90-day. I'd ask that you just impose fines and costs.
Anything from the township?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you. Ms. Clark looks a lot different. The other files are on the edge of the conference table, so I'll get them together. Ms. Clark, the court will impose a fine in this matter of $500, cost of $100. There's crime victims fee of $75. There's mandatory state cost of $50 and the fund fee of $20. Ma'am, do you need more than 5 days to pay this amount?
I do not, Your Honor. I'll pay it today.
Maybe not today, maybe tomorrow. The court staff needs time to put the resolution of the files into the file, okay?
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. Anything else, Ms. Manarino?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Anything else, Mr. Mays?
No, Your Honor. Am I going to see you in an hour, though, on those other cases, or is that Judge Green?
If you're asking me like that, it's probably Judge Green.
It's Shane Nolan is the Belleville case. You don't have Belleville today?
I don't. I'm Airport and Township.
All right. Thank you, Your Honor. Have a great day.
You too. Thank you. Mr. Jadala, are we ready with Mr. Frisch?
Yeah, we're ready on Frisch and Womack, Judge. At your leisure, which one you want to call first?
Thank you. So whoever that is, Marianne, can you mute them, please? This is 22VB02652 A and B. These are Van Buren Township versus Christopher Frisch. Your appearances, please.
Angela Manarino on behalf of the people.
Your Honor, respectfully, Sam Jadala, P62186, appearing on behalf of Mr. Frisch. Your Honor, for purposes of pretrial today, Mr. Frisch will be pleading to 1 count of impaired driving, and the speeding matter is being dismissed.
Thank you, Mr. Frisch. Unmute yourself. State your name for the record for me, please, sir. You're still muted.
I'm sorry. Good morning, Your Honor. Christopher Frisch.
Thank you. Mr. Frisch, you've had the opportunity to speak to Mr. Jadala. You understand the charges you face and the possible penalties.
Yes, Your Honor.
And Mr. Jadala, before we proceed to the plea this morning, sir, I want to disclose on the record that I'm married to an elected official in Van Buren Township. I make that disclosure as Van Buren Township is the issuing agency in this matter. My husband is not involved in the day-to-day operations of the Public Safety Department, doesn't know anything about Mr. Frisch's case, and has no impact on the court's rulings in any matter. Knowing that, sir, are we still prepared to proceed to the plea?
We have no objections. We are prepared to proceed.
Thank you. Mr. Frisch, you understand that the court accepts your plea this morning of guilty to operating while visibly impaired. There will not be a trial of any kind in this matter.
Yes, Your Honor.
You will not have the opportunity to present witnesses on your own behalf or see and cross-examine witnesses put forth by the prosecutor.
Yes, Your Honor.
And sir, you're entering this plea freely and voluntarily. You haven't been promised anything, threatening in any way to get you to plead guilty?
Correct, Your Honor.
Are you pleading guilty because you are in fact guilty?
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Frisch, is it true that on December 21st, 2022 in Van Buren Township, you operated a motor vehicle while you were visibly impaired?
Yes, Your Honor.
Sir, is it true that at the date and time, sir, your blood alcohol content was 0.07?
Yes, Your Honor.
Satisfied, Ms. Manarino?
Satisfied, Your Honor.
Satisfied, Mr. Jadala?
Satisfied, Your Honor.
Mr. Frisch, the court accepts your plea of guilty to operating while visibly impaired. The original charge of operating while intoxicated is dismissed along with the civil infraction speeding ticket. Because this is a drinking and driving offense, the next step in these procedure is for you to be referred to the probation department for a screening interview and the development of a sentence recommendation. The probation department will be emailing you and calling you to conduct that interview and make that recommendation to the court. They will then schedule you to reappear here with me for sentence to be imposed. Understood?
Yes, Your Honor.
Please respond to all of their phone calls and all of their emails. Anything else in this matter, Ms. Manarino?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Anything else, Mr. Jadala?
Nothing further, Judge. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Frisch, before you log off, you have an unrelated other matter in this case, a case with the number of 230050. That case is a felony that is in warrant status. This note is cut to the front of your file. If you've since addressed that matter, you can disregard my statement to you, but the clerks have sent this information up to me.
I wasn't aware of that, Your Honor. How would I go about getting any information about that?
You can log onto the court's website. You can type in your name. It'll show all cases, or you can come to the court. And again, that case number is 230050. I'm sorry. I see you.
I'm sorry, Your Honor.
You're fine, sir.
I'm ready.
230050FD. The case is in warrant status, sir. So the sooner that you address it, the better, okay?
Understood, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Frisch. Have a good day. Thank you for your patience, sir.
Thank you. You as well.
Thank you. This is 2208230M, Van Buren Township versus Edward Womack. Your appearances, please.
Angela Manarino on behalf of the people.
And respectfully, Your Honor, Sam Richardala, P6186, appearing on behalf of Mr. Womack. Your Honor, at this time, with respect to request a final pretrial on this matter, requiring all witnesses to appear.
Mr. Womack, state your name for me, please, sir.
Edward Womack.
Thank you. That final pretrial date will be March the 2nd, 2023 at
10:30.
At 10:30 a.m. That's back here with me, back here in number 1 on Zoom. The complainants to appear at that time on that date. Anything else in this matter, Ms. Manarino?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Anything else, Mr. Jadala?
Nothing further, Judge. Thank you and your staff. Have a wonderful day.
Thank you. Thank you. Mr. Womack, before you leave, sir, you have a payment plan due on another matter in this court. Please tend to that by calling the collections department, coming in and making payment, or logging on and making payment, okay? Did he leave? Yep, okay. I did my best. Mr. Brenton.
Yes, Your Honor. I'm present.
This is 23WM000420M. This is Wayne County Airport versus Peter Brenton. State your name for me, sir.
Peter Brenton.
Thank you. Is Mr. Mena is not here, but Mr. Mena, thank you.
I'm sorry, Your Honor.
I think the court may try to make some more effort to try to settle the case.
I don't know which case we're doing.
Whole lot of effort.
Peter Brenton.
Oh, Your Honor, we're going to move to dismiss.
Any objection, Mr. Brenton?
No, Your Honor.
Sorry, you said what?
This case is hereby dismissed, sir. Have a good day.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. Mr. Doss, your hand is up. How may I help you, sir?
I'm trying to get back to my attorney. I couldn't get out and I ended up logging me out, but I can't get back to my attorney.
Mr. Nunley is in with someone. If you continue to watch your screen, my secretary will send you an invitation to go into his waiting room, okay?
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. These are 23VB00316 A, B, and C. These are Van Buren Township versus Tyrone Wheeler.
Angela Manning on behalf of the people.
Turn it up so you can hear it.
Mr. Wheeler,
Yes.
which MIDC attorney did you speak with, sir?
I'm sorry, I can't remember. He didn't say his name.
Was he dark-haired or light-haired? White-haired or
Dark-haired.
dark hair?
Dark.
Dark hair. He's still in the breakout room, sir. I have your file here sitting on the side. I'll try to keep an eye out for Mr. Nunley to pop back out. Ms. Medina, are you ready on something? You're muted, ma'am.
Hi, good morning. I mean, Your Honor, we are ready on Ms. McNew. I just wanted to let the court know.
Thank you. Ms. McNew, give me one moment this is 21WM0004OM. This is Wayne County Airport versus Haley McNew. Your appearances, please.
Crystal Marie Medina, Your Honor, on behalf of Ms. McNew.
Ma'am, state your name for me, please.
Haley McNew.
Thank you. Today is the day and time set for the arraignment and pretrial. Ms. Medina, how are we proceeding?
Your Honor, with regard to the arraignment, we would waive formal reading and stand mute. With regard to the pretrial, Mr. Mena and I have agreed to an adjournment in this matter, if the court would allow.
In the interim, we will set Ms. McNew's bond at 1,000 personal. Ma'am, you do not need to post any money, but what you must do is continue to appear as directed by the court until this case is resolved in its entirety. Understood?
Yes, Your Honor.
That adjourned date will be
March
the
2nd.
2nd, 2023 at, I'm sorry, Mary Ann.
No, I'm sorry, 10:45.
Okay, thank you very much.
10:45. Thank you. Have a good day, ma'am. Mr. Doss, did you get that invitation, sir?
No, I didn't receive it.
It's there, Judge.
Where would I find it at? I can't see anything.
Sir, when you tap your screen, what do you see?
Everybody.
Do you see any dots or buttons on the bottom of your screen?
Okay, I see it when it says join the breakout room.
Please go there. This is 23WM000980M, Wayne County Airport versus Carol Warrior.
Yes,
State your name, ma'am.
my name is Kara Warrior.
Ms. Warrior, the way the court staff have you labeled indicate that you're waiving your right to have the assistance of the court-appointed attorney this morning. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And you intend to proceed on your own?
Yes, ma'am.
Have you spoken to the prosecutor this morning?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Mena, do we have a resolution of this case? Ma'am, did you reach any agreement with Mr. Mena?
A plea of guilty.
And that's what you wish to do, ma'am?
Unfortunately, yes.
What's unfortunately?
The situation.
Okay, Ms. Warrior, the court doesn't know what the situation is. The only thing that I have in the file is that something occurred at the airport on January 25th, 2023. I'm not asking you to disclose your situation, but if you think that there's something that the court needs to be made aware of, you might want to speak to a court-appointed attorney. Again, you don't have to, but
No,
don't.
But I think
Okay.
thank you.
Okay, ma'am, would you raise your right hand for me, please? Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Mena, this is Ms. Warrior. She said that she's going to be pleading guilty.
That is correct, Your Honor. there's no reduced plea on this. She's elected to take
Okay.
that. I understand that she was a waiver, and that she continued to want to proceed today without counsel.
Okay. Ms. Warrior, you understand that the court accepts your plea this morning. You will not have a trial of any kind.
I agree.
You will not have the opportunity to present witnesses on your own behalf or see and cross-examine witnesses put forth by the prosecutor.
Understood.
Ma'am, are you entering this plea freely and voluntarily?
Yes.
Have you been threatened in any way, promised anything to get you to plead guilty?
No, ma'am.
Are you pleading guilty because you are in fact guilty?
Yes, ma'am.
Ma'am, is it true that on January 25th, 2023 at Wayne County Airport, which is located City of Romulus County, Wayne, State of Michigan, you committed a rules and regulation violation at the airport by failing to report a found article and removing said article from the airport premises?
Yes.
Satisfied, Mr. Mena?
I'm satisfied, Your Honor.
Ma'am, the court accepts your plea of guilty as charged to the rules and regulation violation. Was there something you wanted to say before fines and costs were assessed in this matter?
Yes, ma'am. This case or this predicament alone has changed my life. And truthfully, I'm very sorry for everything that I've done for it. I've lost my job because of it, and it's been very eye-opening. I currently have no job. So as I, try to recover from it, I realize this is a learning situation and everything is my fault, but I'm just trying to recover from it. That's all.
All right, thank you for that explanation, Ms. Warrior. Mr. Mena, is there any restitution sought in this matter?
Your Honor, there is no restitution being sought.
Thank you. Ms. Warrior, the court will impose minimal fines and costs in this matter. It's a $100 fine. It's $100 in costs. There's $75 mandatory crime victims fee, $50 mandatory state costs, and $20 fund fee. That's $345. Ma'am, do you need more than 5 days to pay that amount?
Yes, I do.
What we'll do, ma'am, is move you into the collections breakout room. There will be someone there, a clerk there, to talk to you about a payment plan in this matter, okay? Thank you for your patience this morning, Ms. Warrior.
I appreciate your services. You have a great rest of your day.
Thank you, ma'am. You too. This is a recall of 23WM000610M, Wayne County Airport versus Doss. Mr. Nunley.
Yeah, again, Royce Nunley for the defendant. At this time, Mr. Doss would like to avail himself of the offer by the prosecutor to plead guilty under 771 for a period of 3 months.
Mr. Doss, raise your right hand for me, please, sir. Do you swear affirm testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you. You may put your hand down.
Clean up.
Sir, you had the opportunity to meet with Mr. Nunley, and you understand the charges you face and the possible consequences.
Clean up. Yes.
And after having that conversation, you wish to plead guilty as
wash your face
charged
and
to
brush your
the
teeth.
checkpoint violation.
Yes.
Sir, you understand that if the court accepts your plea this morning, you will not have a trial of any kind.
Yes.
You will not have the opportunity to present witnesses on your own behalf or see and cross-examine witnesses put forth by the prosecutor.
Yes.
And sir, you're entering this plea freely and voluntarily.
Yes.
You haven't been threatened in any way, promised anything to get you to plead guilty.
No.
Are you pleading guilty because you are in fact guilty?
Yes.
Mr. Doss, is it true that on January 16, 2023 at Wayne County Airport, the City of Romulus County, Wayne, State of Michigan, you committed a checkpoint violation by taking a dangerous weapon through security?
Yes.
Satisfied, Mr. Mena?
Satisfied, Your Honor.
Satisfied, Mr. Nunley?
Satisfied, Judge.
Sir, the court accepts your plea of guilty as charged to the checkpoint violation. As previously indicated, sentence in this matter will be delayed for a period of 3 months. So long as you incur no new criminal offenses and pay the cost assessed by the court, the matter will be reviewed for administrative dismissal. Mr. Mena, what was the weapon?
I don't have the report, Your Honor. Mr. Nunley, do you know what the item was?
Firearm.
It was a firearm, Your Honor.
Thank you. Mr. Doss, the court cost in this matter will be $600. Do you need more than 5 days to pay that amount?
Yes.
Sir, you'll be moved into the collections department to set up a payment plan with the court staff in this matter. Anything else, Mr. Mena?
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Anything else, Mr. Nunley?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Mr. Doss, good luck to you, sir. Please go into the collections department to speak with Maria.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. This is 22VB026810M. This is Van Buren Township versus Jeremiah Allen. May I have your appearances, please?
Royce Nunley appearing on behalf of the defendants. Mr. Allen, will you please state your name for the record?
Jeremiah Paul Allen.
Thank you. Today is the day and time set for the adjourned pretrial in this matter. Mr. Nunley, how are we proceeding?
Yeah, at this time, my client is prepared to plead guilty straight up to the charge of disorderly person.
Mr. Allen, raise your right hand for me, please, sir. Do you swear or affirm testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do, Your Honor.
Sir, before I ask you anything else, and Mr. Nunley is aware of this, but I want to place a disclosure on the record that I'm married to an elected official in Van Buren Township. I make that disclosure as Van Buren Township is the issuing agency in this case. My husband has no involvement in the day-to-day operations of the Public Safety Department. He doesn't know anything about your case and has no impact on how this court rules in any matter. Mr. Nunley, that disclosure having been made, are we still prepared to proceed with the plea?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. Mr. Allen, is it true that on December 29, 2022 in Van Buren Township, you were a disorderly person?
Yes, Your Honor.
Satisfied? Mr. Jarman, please stop smoking. This is court. Satisfied, Mr. Nunley?
Yes, Your Honor, I'm satisfied.
Mr. Allen, the court accepts your plea of guilty to being a disorderly person as indicated on the record. Mr. Nunley, any comments before fines and costs are assessed in this matter?
Yeah, my client does have a trip to the Caribbean planned for, I believe, May. He just wanted to make sure that that this charge wouldn't in any way prohibit him from taking his vacation. I told him that I would ask.
I can't imagine why it would.
Just in case you were going to place him on probation and tell him not to leave the state, which I told him was very unlikely, but I wanted to hear it straight from you rather than telling him something I didn't know.
The court will not be placing you on probation for being a disorderly person. Ms. Manarino, is there something on behalf of the township before fines and costs are assessed in this matter?
No, Your Honor, we'd leave it to the court's discretion.
Thank you. Mr. Allen, the court will impose minimal fines and costs in this matter. It's $100 fine, $100 in cost, $75 crime victims fee, which is mandatory, $50 mandatory state costs, and $20 fund fee. That's $345, sir. Do you need more than 5 days to pay that amount?
No, I don't, Your Honor.
Thank you. 5 days to pay, sir. You can pay it online. You can bring it to the court or you can mail it to the court. Anything else, Ms. Manarino?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Anything else, Mr. Nunley?
Nothing further, Judge.
Thank you. Mr. Allen, you have a good afternoon. Enjoy your trip, sir.
You too, Your Honor. Thank you very much. Have a nice day.
Thank you. This is 22WM012420M Wayne County Airport versus Tyriana Thompson.
Yes.
Ready, Your Honor.
Appearances, please.
James Men appearing on behalf of the airport.
Ms. Thompson, state your name.
Tariana Thompson.
Ms. Thompson, which attorney did you speak with? Do you remember?
No, I actually I didn't talk to an attorney. I went into the break room and wait, and they wished me to hear. They sent the thing and I joined again and I came back.
Ms. Thompson, we can move you back in to speak to the attorney. You were raising your hand, so I thought you were ready, but you're going to see an invitation to go back to the court-appointed attorneys breakout rooms. Please go there. Somebody will be there shortly to discuss the case with you, okay?
So I pressed the button and say join break room.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay,
thank you. Ms. Brown?
Yes.
You muted yourself again.
Yes, Your Honor.
I see you keep putting your hand up, ma'am. I'll call the case. I'm just waiting for Mr. Bowditch to be here at the same time you are. I see you, but there's still, I'll get to you. I'll circle back to you as soon as I can, okay?
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Mr. Nunley, what else do you have ready, sir?
I'm filling in for Josh on a couple. Mr. James Chung.
Yes, present. Good morning.
This is 23WM0004OM Wayne County Airport versus James Chung. Mr. Nunley and Mr. Mena, I note your appearance as Mr. Chung. I need you to actually state your name for the record for me, please, sir.
Good morning. This is James Chung.
Thank you. Today is the day and time set for the pretrial. How are we proceeding, Mr. Nunley?
At this time, we'd just be asking for one more adjournment. There's still some outstanding discovery issues, I believe, that Mr. Hadley is trying to iron out.
I have no objection, Your Honor.
Thank you. That new date, that return pretrial date will be March 2nd, 2023 at
10:45.
At 10:45 a.m. That's back here on Zoom, back here in number 1. Anything else, Mr. Mena?
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Anything else, Mr. Nunley?
Nothing further, Judge. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chung.
Yes, I'm going to have surgery during that week. Is there a possibility we could do it, the adjournment?
Absolutely, sir. We'll move it back to March the 16th.
Okay, thank you.
At
8:45.
8:45. Still here with me on Zoom. I'll see you then, Mr. Chung. Have a good afternoon.
Thank you very much. You too.
Thank you. Mr. Wheeler.
Yes,
Was
John.
Mr. Wheeler with you and Mr. Nunley?
Yep.
These are 23VB00316 A, B, and C, Van Buren Township versus Wheeler. Mr. Wheeler, state your name for the record for me, sir.
Tyrone Wheeler.
Thank you. Today is the day and time set for the arraignments and pretrials. Mr. Nunley, how are we proceeding in these matters?
For purposes of the arraignment, we'd waive a formal reading. For purposes of pretrial, Mr. Wheeler is going to accept the offer tendered, which is to plead guilty to the open intox in exchange for dismissing both of the civil infractions.
Thank you, Mr. Nunley. I'll place a disclosure on the record that I'm married to an elected official in Van Buren Township. I make this disclosure as Van Buren Township is the issuing agency. My husband is not involved in the day-to-day operations of the Public Safety Department. He doesn't know anything about Mr. Wheeler's case and has no impact on how this court rules on any matter. That being said, are we still prepared to proceed with the plea in this matter?
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Wheeler, raise your right hand, sir. Do you swear affirm testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. Sir, you had the opportunity to speak to Mr. Nunley, and you understand the charges against you and the possible penalties.
Yes, I do.
And after having that conversation, sir, you wish to accept the offer from the prosecutor to plead guilty to the open intoxicants in the vehicle, understanding that the 2 civil infractions, the no proof of insurance and the following too close, would be dismissed.
Yes.
You understand that if the court accepts your plea this morning, you will not have a trial of any kind.
Yes.
You will not have the opportunity to present witnesses on your own behalf or see and cross-examine witnesses put forth by the prosecutor.
Yes.
And sir, you're entering this plea freely and voluntarily. You haven't been threatened in any way, promised anything to get you to plead guilty.
No, Your Honor.
Sir, are you pleading guilty because you are in fact guilty?
Yes.
Sir, is it true that on January 20th, 2023 in Van Buren Township, you had an open intoxicant in your motor vehicle?
Correct. Yes.
Satisfied, Ms. Manarino?
Satisfied, Your Honor.
Satisfied, Mr. Nunley?
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Wheeler, the court accepts your plea of guilty to the misdemeanor open intoxicants in vehicle and will dismiss the 2 civil infractions as previously indicated. Mr. Nunley, is there anything you'd like to say before fines and costs are assessed in this matter?
I would ask that if the court has the room to give him a break on some fines and costs. It was not his vehicle. It was his fiance's vehicle. When he was pulled over, like, he had not been drinking. He didn't know that it was in there. It seems like an honest mistake, and I told him that he should take it up with his fiance and make her pay the fine. But if there's anything that the judge, that Your Honor would be willing to do to cut him some slack, I'm sure he would appreciate it.
I don't know what slack is, Mr. Nunley. I would happily do it, but
I would suggest assessing the fines and costs to Ms. Manarino personally. I'm sure she would be more than happy to cover them in this matter.
Oh, Mr. Nunley, you kill me.
I didn't hear it.
Respectfully, Mr. Wheeler, we're laughing, but Mr. Nunley is aware that the minimal fines and costs in this matter will be assessed. There was a break given with the dismissal of the 2 civil infractions. Minimal fines and costs in this courthouse are a $100 fine, $100 cost, $75 mandatory crime victims fee, $50 mandatory state cost, and $20 fund fee. That's $345, sir. Do you need more than 5 days to pay that amount?
No, I do not.
Thank you. Mr. Wheeler, you can pay it in person at the courthouse. You can mail it to the court, or you can pay it online. Anything else, Ms. Manarino?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Anything else, Mr. Nunley?
No, thank you.
Mr. Wheeler, thank you for your patience this morning, sir. You have a wonderful day.
You too, Judge. Thank you.
Thank you. I am stepping off of the bench for less than 2 minutes. Mary Ann, please get whoever labeled who needs to be labeled. If anybody needs to speak to their clients, defendants, please move them into breakout rooms. I'll come right back out and I'll start calling cases. Ms. Lacy, I'll be ready to call Mr. McCullough Hawkins first.
Angela, can I meet you in your breakout room?
Thank you.
Yes.
Okay.
Angela, can I join you guys in there?
Sure thing.
I'll sit
Hey, how
quiet.
about me? No, I'm just kidding.
Yes, of course you.
We'll sit quietly.
Mr. McKay, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, good morning. What case are you here for?
Mr. Mays is my attorney.
Okay. What time? I'm trying to find you. What time were you supposed to be here?
11 o'clock.
Oh, okay. You know what? You're in Judge Martin's courtroom. You should be in Judge Green's courtroom.
I just logged into the link that they sent me on the paper. I thought I was in Martin's. I'm sorry.
No, sorry, it's Judge Green.
Is that something you can transfer me, or do I have to?
No, you have to hang up and call, and I can give you her number, her Zoom number.
Okay, I'm ready.
933-057-8570.
8570. Thank you.
You're welcome.
This is 21VB 02126A OT Van Buren Township versus Larry McCullough Hawkins. May I have your appearances, please?
Gabriel Lacy on behalf of Mr. McCullough Hawkins, P79685, Your Honor. Good to see you again.
Good to see you, sir. State your name for me, please. Sir. Yes.
Oh, I'm sorry about that. Larry McCullough Hawkins.
Thank you. Today is the day and time set for the arraignment and pretrial in this matter. Ms. Lacy, how are we proceeding?
For purposes of the arraignment, Your Honor, we're going to waive from the reading of the complaint and stand mute to the charges. We have moved on to the pretrial phase and worked out a deal with the prosecutor.
And that deal would be?
She's going to dismiss the charge of driving while license is suspended, revoked or denied, and allow him to plead to the lesser charge of allowing an unlicensed person to operate.
Thank you. Mr. McCullough, Hawkins, before the court inquires any further of you, Ms. Lacy, I'll make a disclosure on the record that I'm married to an elected official in Van Buren Township. I make that disclosure as Van Buren Township is the issuing agency in this matter. My husband is not involved in the day-to-day operations of the Public Safety Department. He doesn't know anything about Mr. McCullough Hawkins' case, and he has no influence or impact over how this court rules in any matter. That being the case, are you okay to proceed with the plea, or do you need a moment to talk to your client?
Yeah, no, I'll ask my client if he wants to talk to me about it. Do you want me to talk to you privately? Okay, no, Your Honor, we don't have a problem proceeding.
Thank you. Mr. McCullough Hawkins, raise your right hand for me, please, sir. Do you swear a firm testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, sir. Sir, you understand that if the court accepts your plea this morning, you will not have a trial of any kind.
Yes, ma'am.
You will not have the opportunity to present witnesses on your own behalf or see and cross-examine witnesses put forth by the prosecutor.
Yes, ma'am.
And sir, you're entering this plea freely and voluntarily?
Yes, ma'am.
You haven't been threatened in any way, promised anything to get you to plead guilty?
No, ma'am.
Are you pleading guilty because you are in fact guilty?
Yes, ma'am.
Sir, is it true that on December 18, 2021 in Van Buren Township, you allowed an unlicensed driver to drive?
Yes, ma'am.
Satisfied, Ms. Manarino?
Satisfied, Your Honor.
Satisfied, Ms. Lacy?
Lacy, satisfied, Your Honor.
Thank you. Mr. McCullough Hawkins, the court accepts your plea of guilty to the added count of allowing an unlicensed driver to drive and will dismiss the driving while license suspended. Ms. Lacy, is there anything you'd like to say on behalf of your client before fines and costs are imposed? Ms. Lacy?
Sorry about that, Your Honor.
That's okay. Anything before fines and costs are imposed, ma'am?
Just that Mr. McCullough is trying to clean up his past. He understands that he should have taken care of this a long time ago. He is taking care of some other cases at the same time, so it has been quite burdensome on him financially. So we're just asking for any mercy from the court as far as costs and fines.
Thank you. Mr. McCullough Hawkins, your fine in this case will be $200. There's $100 in court costs. There's $75 mandatory crime victims fee, $50 show cause fee, $50 warrant fee, $50 mandatory state cost, $20 fund fee. That's $545, sir. Do you need more than 5 days to pay this amount?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, Mr. McCullough Hawkins, you will be moved into the collections department. Maria will speak to you about setting up a payment plan, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Anything else in this matter, Ms. Manarino?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Anything else, Ms. Lacy?
No, Your Honor, thank you very much. Have a good afternoon. or
Thank
morning.
you. You too. Mr. McCullough
you.
Hawkins, before you leave, sir, you have another unrelated matter in
Ms.
this court.
Lewandowski. Ms. Lewandowski for breakout room 4 for Mr. Hurley.
We need intercom like that. Mr. McCullough Hawkins, it is a failure to stop after an accident. It's an outstanding matter with the court.
What do you mean failure to stop?
You have
After-
another citation.
after the-
You have another
after the
citation
accident?
with. There's $294 doing that matter, sir.
Okay.
Okay?
Yes,
Please
I
go
just
into
thought
the
that was all the
collections room.
same thing. I'm sorry.
Well, no. One's in default status and one we just took care of this morning.
Okay. Okay.
Okay?
I understand.
Thank you, sir. This is 20VB026090D. This is Van Buren Township versus Regina Brown.
Angela Mandarin on behalf of the people.
Regina Brown.
Mr. Bowditch.
I apologize, Your Honor. I haven't spoken with Miss Brown yet. I wasn't sure that was mine. But may I get into a breakout room with Miss Brown?
Absolutely.
Jeff, you're co-host.
All right, same room. Thank you, Marianne.
Stewart, Swati Stewart,
Yes,
who did you speak to? What MIDC attorney?
I ain't speak to nobody yet.
We're gonna get you moved into a breakout room in the court-appointed attorney waiting room. Please join the breakout room.
Okay.
Thank you. Mr. German, I see you, but Mr. Jadala is not here. Mr. Jadala has 2 cases. When I see him, I'll call both cases.
Mr. Stewart, you should see an invitation. Oh, good.
What time are we expecting Mr. Jadala back? Oh, he's in with,
They're talking. They were. No, I can't tell you. They on somebody else. They like.
yes, Miss Medina, who are you ready with?
Your Honor, I am ready with Ms. Carissa Cope, and then I'm hoping to speak with Mr. Mena.
Carissa. I didn't catch the last name.
C-O-P-E, Your Honor.
I'm sorry.
C-O-P-E.
There's somebody doing a whole bunch of whatever in the background. I just couldn't hear you.
It is Carissa Cope, C-O-P-E.
This is 20 VB 045480M. This is Van Buren Township versus Carissa Cope. May I have your appearances, please?
Angela Manring on behalf of the people.
Crystal Marie Medina, Your Honor, on behalf of Ms. Carissa Cope.
Ms. Cope, unmute yourself. State your name for the record.
Carissa Cope.
Thank you. Today is the day and time set for the pretrial. Ms. Medina, how are we proceeding?
Your Honor, we would ask for a brief adjournment in this matter, and my understanding is that Ms. Manarino will be providing discovery.
That's correct, Your Honor.
Mary Ann, is there anything left on March 2nd?
One more at 10:45.
March 2nd, 2023 at 10:45 a.m. back here on Zoom, back here in number 1. Anything else, Ms. Manarino?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Anything else, Ms. Medina?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Ms. Cope, I'll see you on March 2nd at 10:45. Have a good afternoon, ma'am.
You too. Thank you.
Thank you. Next case, Ms. Medina.
Your Honor, I am meeting with Mr. Mena now regarding my next case.
Thank you. And if you see Mr. Nunley, would you send him out, please?
I will, Your Honor. Thank you.
Thank you. And then Mary Ann, oh, Mr. Jadala. Okay, I see him. Thank you.
Ms. Campbell, you need to join the breakout room, please.
Ma'am, I already went to the breakout room and spoke with them. Hello?
Yes.
Yes, I already joined the breakout room and had a conversation with the attorneys already.
Ma'am, I understand that the thing is, if they're not here, I can't call the case. I'm keeping an eye out when the attorneys pop out, I'm getting the cases called as soon as I can, but I can't make them stop talking to their other clients. So please be patient. I see you, and as long as you stay logged on, I'll call your case as soon as I see the attorneys, okay?
Okay.
Thank you. Mr. Balbridge, are we ready with Mr. Jackson?
Ready with Mr. Jackson, Your Honor, yes.
This is 2208410D. This is Van Buren Township versus Lonza Jackson. May I have your appearances, please?
Angela Manring on behalf of the people.
Your Honor, for the record, Jeffrey Bowditch appearing on behalf of Mr. Jackson. Mr. Jackson, could you tell the judge your name for the record, please? You're muted, Mr. Jackson.
He's in our lobby too.
Yeah, you're muted, Mr. Jackson.
Hello?
Now
Yes,
we can
sir.
hear you
State your
now.
name for me.
Hello?
Mr. Jackson, state your name.
Lonzo Jackson.
Thank you. Today is the day and time set for the pretrial. Mr. Bowditch, how are we proceeding?
Your Honor, we still have a little bit of discovery to pass back and forth between Ms. Manarino and I. We're requesting an adjournment.
That adjourned date will be March the 16th, 2023 at
8:45.
8:45. Back here on Zoom, back here in number 1.
What date is that again?
March the 16th, Mr. Jackson. Notice will be mailed to you at your address that you have in the court file, okay?
Okay, thank you.
And between now and then, Mr. Jackson will speak.
Okay, and that will be, the time will be 8:40. What time she said?
8:45, sir.
Okay, 8:45. Okay,
Thank you.
thank you.
Have a good day. This is 2300280M. This is Van Buren Township versus Wessam Althwa. Your
Angela
appearances,
Mary,
please.
on behalf of the people.
Yes, Your Honor.
Your Honor, this
State
was
your name,
Mr. Hadley's case. I'm not sure if Mr. Nunley is standing in for him on this one.
We'll pass the matter until he comes out. Thank you,
Thank you,
ma'am.
Your Honor.
Angela,
This
can you and I go in a meeting room?
Yes, I'll move you.
Thank you.
This is 22WM017960M Wayne County Airport versus Rayford Jarman. Your appearance, please.
And Your Honor, respectfully, Sam Jadala appearing on behalf of Mr. Jarman. Your Honor, I, for some reason, did not have this matter scheduled, but I did receive a notice to appear. I'm not sure if I was the arraignment counsel on this matter or if this matter was appointed to me. I'm sorry for the confusion.
No confusion. They just have it labeled as Jadala. Have you spoken? You haven't spoken to Mr. Jarman this morning?
I have not. I spoke with the prosecutor briefly, but I just wanted to clarify that first with the court. I didn't know if it was maybe perhaps, I don't know how it occurred.
I think it was just left in from the arraignment counsel, sir.
Well, it's no problem. If you want to put me in a breakout room with Mr. Jarman, I'll speak to him and I'll notify him of the offer that's been made by the prosecution as of now.
Thank you so much, Mr. Jadala.
Absolutely, Judge.
Mr. Nunley, are you standing in for Mr. Hadley on Wessam Althwa?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. 2300280M. Van Buren Township versus Althwa. Appearances, please. Oh, shoot. We just lost Miss Manarino. Mr. Nunley, have you spoken to Miss Manarino this morning?
I have, but not in regards to this client.
Okay.
I know that Mr. Hadley was just looking for a date for a jury trial. I would be able to communicate that to Angela if you'd like.
Jury trial date. Let's think about that.
And I'm sorry, Judge, for some reason, I did not get into the breakout room with Mr. Jarman.
Marianne will try it again.
Thank you.
Mr. Nunley, give me a moment on this jury trial thing. I will get some of your other cases called so we can get people like Ms. Hunt on their way. Marianne, you'll have to start thinking about a date. I don't. 2300210D Van Buren Township versus Hunt. Your appearance, please.
Royce Nunley on behalf of the defendant. Ms. Hunt, would you please state your name for the record?
Yes, Brianna Hunt.
Thank you. Today is the day and time set for the pretrial. Mr. Nunley, how are we proceeding?
At this time, Ms. Hunt would like to avail herself of the offer tendered by the prosecutor to plead guilty to the reduced charge of operating while visibly impaired in exchange for dismissal of the original charge of operating while intoxicated.
Before we proceed, I want to disclose on the record that I'm married to an elected official in Van Buren Township. I make that disclosure as Van Buren Township is the issuing agency in this matter. My husband has no involvement in the day-to-day operations of the Public Safety Department. He doesn't know anything about Ms. Hunt's case and has no impact on how this court proceeds. Mr. Nunley, that being disclosed, are we still prepared to proceed with the plea?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. Ms. Hunt, raise your right hand for me, please, ma'am. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Ma'am, thank you. You may put your hand down. Ma'am, you understand that if the court accepts your plea to the added count of operating while visibly impaired this morning, you will not have a trial of any kind?
Yes,
You will not have the opportunity to present witnesses on your own behalf or see and cross-examine witnesses put forth by the prosecutor.
I understand.
And ma'am, are you entering this plea freely and voluntarily?
Yes,
You haven't been threatened in any way, promised anything to get you to plead guilty?
no,
Are you pleading guilty because you are in fact guilty?
yes,
Ms. Hunt, is it true that on December 17, 2022 in Van Buren Township, you operated a motor vehicle while you're visibly impaired by an intoxicant?
yes,
Ma'am, is it true that on that December 17, 2022 date, you had a blood alcohol content of 0.152?
yes,
Satisfied, Ms. Manarino?
Satisfied, Your Honor.
Satisfied, Mr. Nunley?
Yes, Your Honor.
Ma'am, the court accepts your plea of guilty to operating while visibly impaired. The operating while intoxicated will be dismissed. The next step in these proceedings for a drinking and driving offense is a referral to the probation department. The probation department will be calling you and emailing you. Please participate and respond to their contact with you. They are the ones that will interview you and prepare a sentence recommendation, schedule you for sentencing with the court, okay?
okay.
Anything else, Ms. Manarino?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Anything else, Mr. Nunley?
Nothing further, Judge. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Hunt, that concludes this matter. I will see you for sentencing. Have a good afternoon.
You as well, Judge. Thank you.
Thank you. This is a recall of 2300280M. This is Van Buren Township versus Althwa. Ms. Manarino, I already took the appearances of Mr. Nunley and his client. It's my understanding that the attorney of record, Mr. Hadley, is seeking a jury trial in this matter.
That's my understanding, Your Honor.
I'll note for the record that the complainant victim in this case, Ms. Kelly Bobowitz, is here and has been here. Mr. Nunley, do you have Mr. Hadley's calendar, or should this office
do.
reach out to him and Ms. Manarino to schedule the jury trial?
Oh, I have his calendar in front of me.
Mary Ann?
Yes, ma'am.
We already have jury trial on March 27th, right?
Yes.
What, April? I'm sorry, let me grab some calendars. I'm looking at maybe April 10th, Ms. Manarino, Mr. Nunley.
That is Easter Monday. Is the court open on Easter Monday? Because
It is because I have a docket with the magistrate that morning,
Yep, Josh is available.
so I can't do that one. Only because I can only be in one courtroom at a time here.
Angela, Miss Brown is a plea.
Okay, thank you.
Manarino, you said you have another docket in this courthouse on that date?
Yeah, I have the DWOS docket with the magistrate that morning, Your Honor.
Okay. April the 24th?
That's fine.
I have that available, Your Honor.
I'm sorry,
That's fine with me.
April the 24th. April 24th, 2023. Parties to be present at 8:30 for any preliminary matters, jurors at 9 o'clock. 2 weeks before, so the 10th in the afternoon. Jury instructions, exhibit list, witness list are due the 2 weeks before on April the 10th, and at that time at 1 p.m. will be our final conference. That will also be the plea cutoff date in this matter.
You said 10.
Anything else, Miss?
I'm sorry, you said 1 p.m. for the final conference on that day?
And that's just on Zoom.
Yep, got it.
Anything else, Ms. Manarino?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Anything else, Mr. Nunley?
Nothing further. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Bobowitz, thank you for your patience this morning. I will see you here on April the 24th. You do not need to be present for that final conference, ma'am. If there's nothing else, you're free to go.
Okay, thank you.
I'm all set, Your Honor. You are, thank you.
Thank you.
This is 23WM000380M. This is Wayne County Airport versus Scott Provenzano.
For the record, Your Honor, James Mena appearing on behalf of the airport.
Royce Nunley appearing on behalf of the defendant. Please state your name for the record, Mr. Provenzano.
Scott Provenzano. Can you hear
Thank
me?
you, Mr. Nunley, for the, yes, sir. Mr. Nunley, for this arraignment and pretrial, how are we proceeding?
Purposes of the arraignment, we'd waive a formal reading. For purposes of the pretrial, my client would like to accept the offer tendered by the prosecutor to plead guilty under 771 for 3 months.
Sir, raise your right hand for me, please. Do you swear or affirm testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. You may put your hand down. You had the opportunity to discuss this case with Mr. Nunley, and you understand the charges you face and the possible penalties.
Yes, ma'am.
And after having that conversation, you wish to plead guilty as charged to the checkpoint violation.
Yes, ma'am.
Do you understand that if the court accepts your plea this morning, you will not have a trial of any kind?
Yes.
You will not have the opportunity to present witnesses on your own behalf or see and cross-examine witnesses put forth by the prosecutor.
Yes, ma'am.
And sir, you're entering this plea freely and voluntarily.
I do.
You haven't been threatened in any way, promised anything to get you to plead guilty.
No, ma'am.
Are you pleading guilty because you are in fact guilty?
Yeah.
Sir, is it true that on January 9, 2023 at Wayne County Airport, which is city of Romulus, County of Wayne, state of Michigan, you committed a checkpoint violation by taking a dangerous weapon to TSA?
I did.
Satisfied, Mr. Mena?
Satisfied, Your Honor.
Satisfied, Mr. Nunley?
Satisfied. It
What was the dangerous weapon?
was a firearm.
Thank you. Mr. Provenzano, as previously indicated, since this matter will be delayed for a period of 3 months. Sir, as long as you incur no new criminal offenses and pay $600 in costs to the court, the matter will be administratively reviewed for dismissal. Do you need more than 5 days to pay that amount, sir?
No.
5 days to pay, no new criminal offenses for 3 months, and then the administrative dismissal. Anything else, Mr. Mena?
No, Your Honor.
Anything else, Mr. Nunley?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you for your patience this morning, Mr. Provenzano. You have a wonderful day.
You as well, Judge. That was $600, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
This is 23WM001000OM. This is Wayne County Airport versus Michael Gleason. May I have your appearances, please?
For the record, Your Honor, James Mena appearing on behalf of the airport.
Royce Nunley on behalf of the defendant. Mr. Gleason, will you please state your name for the record?
Michael Patrick Gleason.
Today is the day and time set for the arraignment and pretrial. Mr. Nunley, how are we proceeding this morning?
For purposes of the arraignment, we'd waive a formal reading. For purposes of the pretrial, he would like to accept an offer of pleading guilty under 771 for a period of 3 months.
Mr. Gleason, raise your right hand for me, please, sir. Do you swear or affirm testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you, sir. You may put your hand down. You had the opportunity to discuss this case with Mr. Nunley this morning. You understand the charges you face and the possible penalties.
Yes, Your Honor.
And after having that conversation, you wish to plead guilty as charged to the checkpoint violation.
Yes, I do.
You understand that if the court accepts your plea this morning, you will not have a trial of any kind.
Yes.
You will not have the opportunity to present witnesses on your own behalf or see and cross-examine witnesses put forth by the prosecutor.
Yes.
And sir, you're entering this plea freely and voluntarily. You haven't been threatened in any way, promised anything to get you to plead guilty.
I have not, Your Honor.
Are you pleading guilty because you are in fact guilty?
I am.
Mr. Gleason, is it true that on January 26, 2023, at Wayne County Airport, which is city of Romulus County, Wayne, state of Michigan, you took a dangerous weapon to the checkpoint?
Yes, Your Honor.
And what was that weapon, sir?
A firearm.
Satisfied, Mr. Mena?
Satisfied, Your Honor.
Satisfied, Mr. Nunley?
Yes, Your Honor.
Sir, the court accepts your plea of guilty as charged to the checkpoint violation as previously indicated. Sentence in this matter will be delayed for a period of 3 months, so long as you incur no new criminal offenses in the state of Michigan and you pay the $600 cost assessed by the court. The matter will be administratively reviewed for dismissal. Do you need more than 5 days to pay this amount, sir?
I do not, Your Honor.
Thank you. 5 days to pay, Mr. Gleason. You can pay in person, you can mail it to the court, or you can pay it online. Anything else, Mr. Nunley?
Nothing further, Judge.
Anything else, Mr. Mena?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Gleason, thank you for your extreme patience this morning, sir. You have a wonderful day.
You also, Your Honor. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. This is a recall of 22WM012420M. This is Wayne County Airport versus Thompson. Your appearances, please.
For the record, Your Honor, James Mena appearing on behalf of the airport.
Carry on.
Ms. Thompson, who did you speak with?
I spoke with a lady.
Your Honor,
Ms.
Chris
Medina is here.
Marie. Yeah, Chris Marie Medina, Your Honor, on behalf of Ms. Thompson, I do apologize for that.
Don't apologize, it's fine. Today is the day and time set for the arraignment and pretrial. How are we proceeding in this matter?
Your Honor, with regard to the arraignment, we would waive formal reading and
Ms. Medina? That's not good. Ms. Medina? I can see Ms. Medina, I just can't hear her. While we're waiting for her audio and video to reestablish, there is a bench warrant on this file. Ms. Thompson, the court will recall that warrant.
I am back, Your Honor. I don't know what happened. Sorry.
Stand mute and for purposes of pretrial.
Yes, Your Honor, with regard to the pretrial, she is prepared to plead guilty under 771.1 for a 3-month period.
In addition, Your Honor, restitution, the amount of $75 of standard parking.
Thank you.
And she is aware of that, Your Honor. Thank you.
Ms. Thompson, raise your right hand for me, please. Do you swear or affirm testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you, ma'am. You ready to put your hand down? Ma'am, you had the opportunity to discuss this case with Ms. Medina, and you understand the charges against you and the possible penalties.
Yes, ma'am.
And after that conversation, you will be pleading, it's your understanding that you'll be pleading guilty as charged defrauding an innkeeper?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you understand that if the court accepts your plea this morning, you will not have a trial of any kind? Ms. Thompson?
Yes, ma'am.
You will not have the opportunity to present witnesses on your own behalf or see and cross-examine witnesses put forth by the prosecutor?
Yes, ma'am.
And ma'am, you're entering this plea freely and voluntarily. You haven't been threatened in any way, promised anything to get you to plead guilty?
No, ma'am.
Are you pleading guilty because you are in fact guilty?
Yes, ma'am.
Ma'am, is it true that on September 4th, 2022 at Wayne County Airport, which is city of Romulus County, Wayne, state of Michigan, you defrauded an innkeeper by failing to pay for parking with standard parking?
Yes, ma'am.
Satisfied, Mr. Mena?
Yes, Your Honor.
Satisfied, Ms. Medina?
Satisfied, Your Honor.
Ms. Thompson, the court accepts your plea of guilty as charged to the defrauding of an innkeeper as previously indicated. Sentence in this matter will be delayed for a period of 3 months, so long as you incur no new criminal offenses, pay $200 in costs to the court and $75 in restitution to the standard parking. The matter will be administratively reviewed for dismissal. Do you need more than 5 days to pay the total of $275 in this matter?
Yes, ma'am.
Ma'am, what will happen now is that you'll be moved into the collections department. You will set a payment plan with the collections staff. You have a balance due of $106.80 on another defrauding innkeeper case. They can make that one single payment plan, okay?
Okay.
Anything else, Mr. Mena?
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Anything else, Ms. Medina?
No, thank you, Your Honor.
Ms. Thompson, please go into that breakout room.
Okay.
Thank you, ma'am. This is 22WM017960M. This is Wayne County Airport versus Rayford Jarman Jr. Your appearances, please.
James Mena appearing on behalf of the airport, Your Honor.
And Your Honor, respectfully, Sam Richardalo, appearing on behalf of Mr. Jarman, Your Honor. At this time, for purposes of arraignment, we'd wait for him to reading and stand mute. Mr. Jarman will be pleading guilty as charged to one count of disorderly conduct, Your Honor.
Mr. Jarman, state your name for me, please, sir.
Rayford Jarman.
Mr. Jarman, raise your right hand, sir. Do you swear affirm testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you. You may put your hand down. You have the opportunity to speak to Mr. Jadala. You understand the charges you face and the possible penalties.
Yes.
And after having that conversation, you wish to plead guilty as charged of being a disorderly person.
Yes.
Mr. Jarman, you understand that if the court accepts your plea this morning, you will not have a trial of any kind.
Yes.
You will not have the opportunity to present witnesses on your own behalf or see and cross-examine witnesses put forth by the prosecutor.
Excuse me?
I said you understand that you will not have the opportunity to present witnesses on your own behalf or see and cross-examine witnesses put forth by the prosecutor.
Yes.
And sir, you're entering this plea freely and voluntarily. You haven't been threatened in any way, promised anything to get you to plead guilty.
No.
Are you pleading guilty because you are in fact guilty?
Yes.
Mr. Jarman, is it true that on December 25th, 2022 at Wayne County Airport, which is located city of Romulus, county of Wayne, state of Michigan, you were a disorderly person?
Yes.
Satisfied, Mr. Mena?
Yes, Your Honor.
Satisfied, Mr. Jadala?
Satisfied, Your Honor.
Mr. Jarman, the court accepts your plea of being guilty to a disorderly person. What happened on December 25th of 2022?
Excuse me?
Your Honor, from Your Honor.
What happened?
After talking with Mr. Jarman, he lets me know it was just a misunderstanding, Your Honor. He's just, tensions were kind of high. He's remorseful for his actions, Your Honor. You would never have any other problems with Mr. Jarman. He fully intends to pay all fines and costs and move on, Your Honor. He does apologize to the court.
Thank you. Mr. Jarman, the court will impose minimal fines and costs in this matter. So $100 fine, $100 in costs. There's $75 crime victims fee, $50 mandatory state cost, and $20 fund fee. That's $345. Do you need more than 5 days to pay that amount?
No.
5 days to pay, sir. You can pay online. You can bring it to the court or you can mail it to the court. Anything else, Mr. Mena?
No, Your Honor.
Anything else, Mr. Jadala?
Nothing further, Judge. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Jarman, you have a good afternoon, sir. Thank you for your patience today.
Thank you. It's $345.
Yes, sir.
All I gotta do is call the court and they'll take it off my credit card.
I don't know, Mr. Jarman. You can call the court, but you can pay it online. You can go to the court's website and make a payment that way as well.
Go to the court's website and make a payment. Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Have a good day. This is okay. These are 19137. Well, Marianne, that's too many. All of these are not up today. Oh, they are 1913770, 1913771, 192704, 192705, 192706, and 192707. These are all Van Buren Township versus Jackinia Campbell. May I have your appearance, please?
Angela Mannering on behalf of the people.
Royce Nelly appearing on behalf of the defendant. Ms. Campbell, please state your name for the record.
Jackinia Campbell.
Ms. Campbell, turn your video on for me, please. Today is the day and time set for the arraignment and pretrial in these matters. Mr. Nunley, how are we proceeding?
Purposes of the arraignment, we'd waive a formal reading and stand mute. For purposes of the pretrial, we'd be asking for an adjournment so that we could obtain some discovery on the matters.
Mr. Nunley, we have an outstanding issue that there are warrants in all of these files. Ms. Campbell has a history of failing to appear in this court.
Yes, Your Honor, I'm aware. I looked up the register of actions while I was in the breakout room with her. She's indicated to me that she is working diligently to get all of her issues resolved. She's working hard to get her license back. And the outstanding matters in this court are, according to her, the last things that are hanging her up. So I believe she has every intention to, continue to prosecute this case to resolution. She did appear on her own fruition. She wasn't arrested or brought in or anything like that. She understands that she has the failures to appear don't look good. However, I'd like the court to consider that she is here on her own fruition, and it is important to her to get these matters wrapped up so that she can get her license back. So I don't think that she is a danger to the community, and I think that her being here today shows that she's sincere in trying to get these cases resolved. I'd ask the court to consider a personal bond in light of the past circumstances. Yeah, that's it.
Any comment, Ms. Manarino?
Your Honor, these matters have been pending since 2019, and the reason why they're still pending is because Ms. Campbell attends court sporadically when she feels like it. We've set these matters for trial twice. I've had the complainants come in twice for trial on this. So I would just ask the court to factor into that to while it's calculating what the bond should be in this matter.
One thing that I would say in response briefly is she did spend a month in jail last year in 2022, and she did just spend 7 days in jail, I think, in January. So these warrants have been out. I mean, the prosecution had every opportunity while she was incarcerated to move them forward, but they didn't. So I understand that it's ultimately her decision, her obligation to come to court and take care of them. But also, she was incarcerated. Everybody knew where she was, and nobody did anything at that time. So I would just, once again, ask the court to consider a personal bond to allow her to stay out during the pendency.
Thank you. Mr. Nunley, respectfully, the court did have the opportunity to review these files, and Ms. Campbell has been aware of the fact that there are warrants outstanding for her in these matters and was told that she needed to post $150 for each file to lift the warrants and move these matters forward. This has been going on for over a year with these conversations, and she has not done anything. The court will, for that reason, and her previous failures to appear after communication with court staff, will set her bond at $5,000, 10%. In the oldest of the files, which is the 1370, and set personal bonds in the other files. Ms. Campbell, please post that bond within the next 48 hours.
Okay.
Warrants will be recalled in all of the files. I will note that discovery has been requested in these matters, and we will set the return pretrial date in all cases on March the 16th, 2023 at
8:45.
8:45 a.m. That's back here on Zoom, back here with me in number 1. Anything else in these cases, Ms. Manarino?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Anything else, Mr. Nunley?
Nothing further, Judge. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Campbell, thank you for your patience this morning. I will see you back here on March the 16th. Have a good day.
Okay, you too.
Thank you. This is a recall of 20VB02609OD Van Buren Township versus Regina Brown.
Ready, Your Honor.
Please.
Your Honor, for the record, Jeffrey Bowditch appearing on behalf of and with Ms. Brown.
Regina Brown.
Thank you, ma'am.
Today's
Your
day and time set for the arraignment and pretrial. Mr. Bowditch, how are we proceeding?
As far as the arraignment, Your Honor, we would waive formal reading and stand mute. I've had a chance to pre-try this case with Ms. Brown and Ms. Manarino. At this time, Ms. Brown wishes to plead guilty to the charge of operating under the influence of drugs. OWI, Your Honor.
Thank you. Mr. Bowditch, I'll make the disclosure on the record that I'm married to an elected official in Van Buren Township He's not involved in the day-to-day operations of the Public Safety Department, but in as much as they are the issuing agency, I want to make that disclosure. He has no involvement. I'm sorry, he's not aware that Ms. Brown's case is scheduled today, and he has no impact on this court's ruling in any matter. That being the case, are we still prepared to proceed with the plea?
Ready to proceed, Your Honor.
Thank you. Ms. Brown, raise your right hand for me, please, ma'am. Do you swear or affirm testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Ma'am, you understand that the court accepts your plea this morning to operating with any presence of drugs, that there will not be a trial of any kind in this matter?
Yes, Your Honor.
Ma'am, you won't have the opportunity to present witnesses on your own behalf or see and cross-examine witnesses put forth by the prosecutor.
Yes.
And you're entering this plea freely and voluntarily? You haven't been threatened in any way, promised anything to get you to plead guilty?
No, Your Honor.
Are you pleading guilty because you are in fact guilty?
Yes.
Ma'am, is it true that on, June the 2nd, 2020 in Van Buren Township, you were operating a motor vehicle with the presence of any drug?
Yes, Your Honor.
Satisfied, Ms. Manarino?
Right.
Satisfied, Your Honor.
Satisfied, Mr. Bowditch?
Satisfied, Your Honor.
Ma'am, the court accepts your plea of guilty in this matter. Mr. Bowditch, any comments before fines and costs are assessed?
Your Honor, I imagine she's going to speak with probation.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Bowditch.
As far as that, Your Honor, Ms. Brown presently is going through something in Washtenaw County where I believe she will be entering into some form of drug court. All that can be explained to probation, Your Honor.
Thank you. Ms. Brown, there's one outstanding matter. There is a bench warrant currently in place in this matter. This court will recall the warrant, and as indicated by Mr. Bowditch, the next step in these proceedings is a referral to the probation department. They will be in contact with you by phone. There will be forms for you to fill out and an interview for you to submit to. Please respond to the probation's phone calls to you. They're the ones that will make the sentence recommendation. They will prepare the sentence recommendation and schedule you to reappear here for sentencing. Understood?
Yes, Your Honor.
Anything else, Ms. Manarino?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Anything else, Mr. Bowditch?
Nothing, Your Honor. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Brown, thank you for your patience today. Have a good afternoon.
Thank you, Your Honor. You as well.
Thank you. This is 23WM000950M Wayne County Airport versus Stewart. Your appearance, please.
For the record, Your Honor, James Mena appearing on behalf of the airport.
Mr. Stewart, state your name for me, please.
Sway Stewart.
Mr. Stewart, which court-appointed attorney did you speak with?
Nobody.
Was it a woman? Was it a man with white hair or a man with dark hair?
I haven't spoke to nobody, man.
Your Honor, I can speak with him.
Thank you. He's been here, so when you come out, I'll call him right away.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. This is Filson, 22VB01778OM, Van Buren Township versus Filson. Your appearances, please.
Royce Nunley on behalf of the defendant. Mr. Filson, would you please state your name for the record?
Damari Filson.
Today is the day and time set for the arraignment and pretrial on this matter. Mr. Nunley, how are we proceeding?
For purposes of the arraignment, we'd waive a formal reading and stand mute. I believe that the prosecutor wanted an adjournment in this matter so that she could reach out to the victim. So we're just asking for a brief adjournment.
Thank you. This case is currently in bench warrant status. The court will recall that warrant. Mr. Filson, your bond in this matter will be set at $1,000 personal. You do not need to post any money, but what you must do is appear as directed by the court until this case is resolved in its entirety. The next court date, the pretrial date, will be March the 16th, 2023 at
9:15.
at 9:15 a.m. Sir, that's back here on Zoom, back here with me in courtroom number 1. Anything else, Mr. Nunley?
Nothing further, Judge. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Filson, I'll see you back here on March 16th, sir. Have a good afternoon.
You two, it's the same courtroom?
Yes, same Zoom.
Okay.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Filson, before you leave, there's a request for fingerprints. Please appear at the Van Buren Township Department of Public Safety office and have your fingerprints taken before you reappear here on March the 16th.
Okay, they already have my fingerprints.
If it's already done, you don't need to do it again, but there's just an order attached to the file.
Oh yeah, no, they had got my fingerprints when they took me down there.
Thank you for that, sir.
Okay,
Have a good day.
you too, thank you.
Thank you. This is 23WM 00093 A and B. These are Wayne County Airport versus Matthew Langoff. May I have your appearances, please?
James Mena appearing on behalf of the airport.
Personally appearing on behalf of the defendant. Mr. Langloff, could you state your name for the record?
Matthew Langoff.
Date and time scheduled for the arraignment pretrial. For the arraignment, we'd waive a formal reading and stand mute. For purpose of pretrial, Mr. Langloff's going to accept the offer of pleading guilty to defrauding an innkeeper under 771 and the reduced charge for the civil infraction to double parking for $200. I believe there's restitution to the innkeeper.
$84 to standard.
$84. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Langloff, raise your right hand for me, please, sir. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you, sir. You had the opportunity to discuss this matter with Mr. Nunley this morning. You understand the charges you face and the possible penalties.
Correct.
And after having that conversation, sir, it's your understanding that you will be pleading guilty as charged to the defrauding an innkeeper and responsible to double parking.
Correct.
Sir, you understand that if the court accepts your plea this morning, you will not have a trial of any kind?
Yes.
You will not have the opportunity to present witnesses on your own behalf or see and cross-examine witnesses put forth by the prosecutor.
Yes.
And sir, you're entering this plea freely and voluntarily. You haven't been threatened in any way, promised anything to get you to plead guilty and responsible.
Yes.
You're pleading guilty and responsible on your own accord.
Correct.
Sir, is it true that on January 18, 2023 at Wayne County Airport, which is city of Romulus, county of Wayne, you were double parked contrary to law?
Yeah.
Is it also true, sir, on January 18, 2023 at the airport, you defrauded an innkeeper by failing to make payment in full for parking?
Yes.
Satisfied, Mr. Mena?
I'm satisfied, Your Honor.
Satisfied, Mr. Nunley?
Satisfied, Judge.
Thank you. Mr. Langloff, the court accepts your plea of responsible to double parking in the B file and assess a $200 fines and costs in that matter, and on the defrauding an innkeeper. Since in that matter is delayed for a period of 3 months, court will assess a cost in that matter of $200 plus the $84 in restitution for a total of $484. Sir, do you need more than 5 days to pay those amounts?
Yes.
Sir, we will move you into the collections room with Maria, the court clerk. She will set a payment plan for you that will cover both of these matters. Anything else this morning in this case, Mr. Mena?
No, thank you, Your Honor.
Anything else, Mr. Nunley?
Nothing further, Judge. Thank you.
Mr. Langloff, before you go, you have another outstanding civil infraction with the court where you owe $240. Maria can put all of these things into a singular payment plan, sir.
Okay.
Thank you for your patience. Have a good day, sir.
Thank you. How do I move over to the other one? I'm sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry. Did she send you an invitation to go into the collections room?
I did not see that.
It's there.
Oh, it's there. If you tap your screen, what do you see at the bottom right? Oh,
I have a join breakout room.
yes, sir.
That's the one I
When you
want?
go there, yep, she's there waiting for you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Uh, Jeff, okay, Stuart. The last thing that I see, 11:30 trial. The last case that was scheduled for arraignment, pretrial, or show cause was scheduled at 10:30. It's 11:28 by this court's clock. If they're not here, they will be deemed in default or set for show cause or bench warrant shall issue.
Your Honor, I believe we are ready on the Miller trial. I have everyone out in the hallway so we can head to the courtroom if the court is almost ready for us.
The only thing I have outstanding is Mr. Stewart. So if you want to ask the officers to let you in, I won't start right away. It will just take care of that last case.
Okay, we'll be in a few minutes. Thank you, Judge.
Thank you.
All right, I'll see you guys
Mr.
later.
Nunley, thank you for such an
Bye,
extraordinary
Royce.
effort.
Thank you.
See you, Royce. Thanks.
You guys.
Have a great day.
You too. Mary Ann. Oh, wait a minute. Mr. Mena,
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Bowditch and Miss Medina are in your meeting room and the,
Oh, well, I'll jump in there and see what's going on. It's always an
Thank you,
adventure.
sir. Okay, so they're on their way in. I am stepping off. I'll be back. Send me email.
really? Yeah, no, you're gonna go there, Mary Ann.
Brand new courtroom.
So yeah, you go up to the thing, but they don't have to say watch your stuff on the ramp anymore. Well, and you know what's fun is when I bring my computer, you plug it in, there's screens on the jury box. It goes up there. So if I hear exhibit, no, please bring electricity. And I'll let you know. So I'll put him on and
Okay.
Oh. Mhm. Mhm. Yeah. Yeah. I haven't seen it.
Right, I know.
Who'd it go to? Not like. But like, what do they need to do? Because
Just get the
usually,
copy of the police reports from Kern Township.
well, I was gonna say, because usually when there's an investigation. And they're like, here, you do the police work, and I'm sorry, I didn't know that.
First one was like, this is the deal, this is the plate.
Okay, then. I know, because it's, I know.
So,
Cool, what's going on?
huh?
What's going on? Mhm.
He doesn't do anything.
Yeah, well,
I
that's.
thought about this issue myself, huh?
I mean, if
But,
you did it. If you.
Mary Ann, I believe I'm finished. I'm gonna leave.
Yeah, I think there's just the one left, Jeff.
Okay. Your Honor, I'm going to excuse myself.
Thank you, Mr. Bowditch. Have a good day.
Thank you.
Mr. Miller, I have a singular case that I'm waiting for from this morning's docket. As soon as they pop out, I'll do it, and then we'll get your case called. Thank
I
you,
did
sir.
talk, Judge, just so you know, I did talk to Ms. Mendez. I think she's just talking to her client. They'll be in soon.
Thank you. Did you take the original Clark file back? No, the one, I thought you gave it to me because they were gonna plea on it. No, the original one. Oh. Alrighty then.
Oh, God, I can call back.
Ready? Oh, there he is.
This is 23WM000950M. This is Wayne County Airport versus Stewart. I have your appearances for the file. Ms. Medina, how are we proceeding?
Oh, Your Honor, at this time, we would be seeking a brief adjournment of this matter and ask that we receive discovery if possible.
Thank you. In the interim, Mr. Stewart's bond will be set at 1,000 personal. Sir, you do not need to post any money, but what you must do is continue to appear as directed by the court until this case is resolved in its entirety. Ms. Medina, I'll make a note in the file that discovery has been requested. The adjourned pretrial date will be March the 16th, 2023 at 9:30 a.m. back here on Zoom, back here with me in number 1. Anything else, Mr. Mena?
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Anything else, Ms. Medina?
No, Your Honor, I'm sorry, it just broke out. Can you confirm the time for me on March 16th again?
9:30, ma'am.
Thank you very much, Your Honor.
Anything else, Mr. Mena?
No, Your Honor.
Anything else, Ms. Medina? Mr. Stewart, I'll see you on March the 16th at
No, Your Honor.
9:30 a.m. Have a good day,
No.
sir.
Your Honor, I believe that concludes our docket. Is that correct?
It does, Mr. Mena. Thank you so much for your help this morning. Have a good day.
You as well, Judge.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Take care, everyone. Thank you, Mr. Mena.
Thank you, Maria. This is 22 VB 018470M. This is Van Buren Township versus Stephen Anthony Miller. May I have your appearances, please?
Angela Manring on behalf of the people, Your Honor.
Steve Miller on behalf of myself.
Thank you, Mr. Miller. Today is the day and time set for the bench trial in this matter. Mr. Miller, there is not a note in this file that you and I had a conversation where I would have disclosed to you that I'm married to an elected official in Van Buren Township. I make that disclosure as Van Buren Township is the law enforcement agency that issued this citation to you, sir. My husband is not involved in the day-to-day operations of the Public Safety Department. He doesn't know anything about your case that is scheduled today, and he has no impact on the decisions that this court makes. Knowing that, sir, do you still wish to proceed to trial this morning?
I do. Thank you for your service.
Thank you, sir. Are the people ready to proceed?
We are, Your Honor.
You have all necessary documents and witnesses.
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Miller, same question to you. Do you have all necessary documents and witnesses?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. Ma'am, an opening statement.
Your Honor, the people would waive opening.
Any opening statements, sir?
No, ma'am.
Thank you. Your first witness, ma'am.
Your Honor, the people call Charles Halstead.
Mr. Holstead, you're going to come up to this podium right here in the middle for me, please. You will state your first and last name and then spell them both for the record.
Charles Halstead, CHARLESTEADE.
Thank you. Junior. Raise your right hand for me, please. Do you swear a firm testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you much. Come up here, please. Have a seat in the black chair that's closest to me. My secretary will be recording your testimony. If she can't hear you, I may ask you to either raise your voice or pull that microphone closer, okay?
Yes.
Thank you. Ms. Manarino.
Thank you, Your Honor. I want to draw your attention to the early morning hours of October 23rd of 2022. Do you recall that date?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you recall where you were in the moments after midnight that morning?
Actually, in my house in the living room.
Okay, and do you reside in Van Buren Township?
Yes, ma'am.
And what street do you reside on in Van Buren Township?
Maida Drive.
And you were at your residence at that date and time?
Yes, ma'am.
Was there something that occurred near your residence that morning that caused you to call the police department?
Loud noises.
What kind of noises?
To me, it was some kind of machine and could be car, truck, four-wheeler, I don't know.
When you heard those loud noises that in those early morning hours, did you do anything to figure out where that noise was coming from?
Walked outside and seen that it was in the backyard.
Okay, in the backyard where?
Our property is adjoined and it's probably 200 feet from my back door.
When you say our properties, are you talking about one of your neighbors?
Steve Miller, my neighbor.
Okay. Do you see Mr. Miller present in the courtroom today?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you identify where he's located for the court?
7905 Maida Drive,
In the courtroom, where is he?
sitting there at the table.
Your Honor, let the record reflect that the witness has identified the defendant.
Yes, ma'am.
And so you said there was, so you go outside your residence and you're looking in the backyard and you see a vehicle?
And yes,
And that is in the backyard of Mr. Miller's property?
it's directly behind mine, but he owns 4.5 acres and I own 2, and it's like a perfectly square. And so it's like an L shape for him and his property is behind mine, yes,
Okay. So he owns next to you as well as behind you?
correct.
And were you able, so it was, what, do you recall what kind of vehicle it was?
It was I believe a Razor,
Okay, and that's what? type of-
four-wheeler type
four-wheeler?
thing, four-seater.
Okay. And had you ever seen that vehicle before?
Yes,
And had you seen Mr. Miller or someone from his household on it?
many times, yes.
Were you able to see, let me ask you this, when you went outside, was the four-wheeler still running?
He was still riding it in the back, yes.
Okay, and when you say he, who are you referring to?
Well, I can't say he, somebody was riding, yes.
Okay, and that was in the back of your property, so on Mr. Miller's property in the rear of your property?
Right.
And when you were inside your residence, you could hear that four-wheeler outside operating?
Mhm.
Is that a yes?
Yes, yes, ma'am.
When you were inside your residence, how loud was that four-wheeler?
It's loud enough that you can be asleep and it'll wake you up. Even it starting next door, it'll wake me up.
That morning, so the, evening of October 22nd, going into the morning of October 23rd, did you have any windows in your house open that would have allowed that noise to travel more freely?
Not that day, ma'am.
I have nothing further for this witness.
Thank you. Mr. Miller, do you have any questions for Mr. Halsted? This is not time for your testimony, but your questions to him regarding his testimony.
No.
Thank you. Mr. Halsted, thank you for your testimony. You may step down.
Your Honor, our next witness is Officer Barry.
Officer Barry, please stop at that podium, state your first and last name for the record, and then spell them both.
Ryan Berry, RyanBarry.
Raise your right hand for me, please. Do you swear affirm testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you, sir. Please come up here. Excuse me. Have a seat in this black chair closest to me. My secretary is recording your testimony. If she can't hear you, I'll ask you to either raise your voice or pull that microphone closer, okay?
Got it.
Thank you.
Officer Barry, were you working in the early morning hours of October 23rd of 2022?
Yes,
At approximately 12:06 a.m., were you dispatched on a call?
yes, I was.
What was the nature of that call?
It was disturbing the peace noise violation,
What was the location of that call?
7900 Minot Drive.
Did you respond to that call?
Yes, it did.
When you arrived, what did you observe?
Observed Mr. Hall said, he met me out in front of his house, right up the front porch. And on the property behind him, there was a UTV side-by-side operating on another property that didn't belong to Mr. Halsted.
Was it still running when you arrived?
It was, yes.
What sort of noise, if any, was emanating from the vehicle at that time?
It's just a very loud, like exhaust noise, something similar to what you'd hear on like a dirt bike.
And how far from this UTV were you at the time that you were able to hear it?
I'd say I was probably 100 yards.
And it was relatively loud from where you were
It
standing?
was, yes.
Did you have contact with anyone from the residence where Mr. Halsted reported that UTV belonged?
Yes, it did.
And who did you have contact with?
Mr. Miller.
What was your conversation with Mr. Miller?
I had asked him who was operating the UTV, at which time he stated that he believed it was his girlfriend.
Did you have contact with Mr. Miller's girlfriend that morning?
She did come, Mr. Miller and I went into, I believe, one of the rooms in his house, his living room or something. And his girlfriend did come out to get him to come back to bed, but then left.
And did Mr. Miller, when you were speaking with him, indicate that that was his UTV?
Yes,
Was he aware of it being out in the rear of his property?
yes,
Was he aware that it was running at that time?
yes.
I have nothing further for this witness.
Mr. Miller, do you have any questions for Officer Barry?
Yes, I do.
Whatever is easier for you, but if you're there, you're going to need to sit so she can pick you up on the microphone.
Okay, sorry about that.
No, or if you rather stand, you can stand at the podium. I have no preference.
First time. So
No, that's fine.
In question to the loud exhaust. What's that? In question Okay. to the loud exhaust. What does that compare to a typical diesel vehicle? Typical diesel vehicle? Yeah, the comparison sound. How loud is the exhaust on the UTV, my Razor? Well, I mean, I can't really hear a diesel vehicle from 100 yards away. I mean, what kind of diesel vehicle are you talking about? A tractor? No, a truck, a vehicle. Oh, okay, A just a vehicle regular that- pickup truck? One of my trucks I drive in town. Okay. I mean, people drive diesel trucks on the roadway all the time. And they're not as loud as, say, like a dirt bike or a UTV. I would agree. UTVs are also street legal vehicles. And so they Sure, can't some be are, on the yeah, road. yeah, correct. Okay, I'm just, Yeah. because mine has no modifications, it's stock and the.
Mr. Miller,
Sorry.
Thank you.
questions. She's going to object to your
Okay, that's fine.
testifying. No, 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 just so,
I was just trying to.
I'm with
compare
you.
The noise you heard to a diesel vehicle. Yeah. And you're saying it's excessively louder? I would say it's definitely louder, yes. No more questions, thank you.
Thank you. Officer Berry, you may step down.
People rest, Your Honor.
Mr. Miller, do you have any, are you ready to give your testimony, or is there another witness you'd like the court to call
No,
first?
I have no witness.
Your testimony?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. May I have you come up and swear you in? I'm going to have you give your testimony from this seat only because I'm sure Ms. Manarino is going to want to question you as well. Okay, raise your right hand for me. Do you swear a firm testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you much. Please come up here, have a seat in the black chair. Mary Ann is recording your testimony. If she can't hear you, I'll ask you to either raise your voice or pull the microphone closer.
Absolutely.
So this is your testimony. You tell me what happened relevant to this October 23rd, 2022 citation.
Testimony, there's no denying. The machine was operating in the backyard with the girlfriend driving. It did go past, there's a gray area. It sounds like the noise ordinance is 11 o'clock, I think. I've asked a few times. It's been a little muddy, but yes.
You asked a few times who?
Prosecutor and then officers that have been to the house on what the rules are for the noise to try to be on the same page with it. 11 o'clock, yes, I was after midnight when we were on the machine was done and put away when the officer knocked on my door and got me out of bed. And yes, we confirmed, yes, I did all that. There was never disputed that. My dispute is the fine line on when it's too loud or whatever. I had the machine is the equivalent to a diesel truck on DPs as far as loudness. I took a video last night of one of the trucks in my driveway and the machine running as an equivalent of no louder than driving in and out of my driveway. Again, I don't dispute riding the machine in the track after midnight. My only dispute I had the whole time was that is the crime fit and the punishment and trying to see what other offerings I had for my plea. And there wasn't any other than taken under advisement for a year, which I thought was kind of rough.
Nothing else. Before she asks anything, you said that you've had this conversation with officers before. So this noise thing is not isolated to October?
After October.
Okay, so before that October 23rd, you hadn't had a noise issue with
No.
Mr. Halsted or any of your other neighbors?
Not with the police were called.
That's not my question. My question was, have you had a noise issue?
He has complained to me in the past.
Okay. Ms. Manarino,
I have no questions for Mr. Miller, Your Honor.
thank you. Mr. Miller, you may step down. Ma'am. Absolutely.
Your Honor, the testimony in this matter was clear that in the early morning hours, shortly after midnight on October 23rd of 2022, that Mr. Miller was operating a very loud UTV in the rear of his property. It was so loud that it disturbed Mr. Halsted, who was inside his residence with the windows closed. When Officer Berry arrived, he could hear it was still running. From 100 yards away, it was loud. It's clear this is in violation of the ordinance, and we would ask you to find the defendant guilty.
Mr. Miller.
In regards to the complaint from the neighbor hearing the noise in his house and it being too loud, there's been complaints since then that officers have showed up and said that there were no issues found and went on. So I guess his definition and other definitions of what the two out don't always coincide. But like I said, for this one, I plead guilty for being active in noise ordinance.
Anything else, Mr. Miller? Anything else, Ms. Manarino?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Miller, when during the course of your testimony, your closing, you say you plead guilty, the court has no alternative but to find you guilty at the conclusion of this bench trial. What is of concern to me is that a neighbor of yours was disturbed or put off enough on October 23rd, 2022 in the early morning to call the police. That's an extraordinary step for someone to take. I don't know what's happening over there on Mida Drive, that there is this ongoing, or there have been repeated noise issues or concerns or whatever between the two of you, but I can't imagine that that's how you intend to live on that property. And I can't imagine that that's what Mr. Halstead wants either. That's an aside more than anything else. My greater concern is that the Public Safety Department is pulled away from more serious things because of noise after a certain time. I don't know what else to say about that.
I don't disagree. I feel it's a huge waste as well.
So how about we not be out with noise after 11 o'clock? I mean, I understand it's your property and your toys, and you have an absolute right to do.
That's not a normal occurrence to be out after 11 o'clock.
Okay.
I mean, they've been at my house at 3 o'clock in the afternoon or 7 o'clock in the afternoon. So it's not pleasant. And I agree it is a waste.
I'm not a lecturer. That's not my thing. This seems like something that could have been, should have been resolved. But again, in as much as you said you plead guilty and you're responsible, and it was after the time provided by township ordinance, the court has no alternative but to find you guilty as charged in this matter. Although it is a misdemeanor, this is not something the court would ever put you on probation for or ever sentence you to jail on. That being said, Ms. Manarino, do you have any comment before fines and costs are assessed in this matter?
Your Honor, I'd leave it to the court's discretion. I think that what the court has said this morning is exactly the issue. I mean, obviously, Mr. Miller and Mr. Halstead do live next door to each other and do need to find a way to peacefully coexist.
Anything you'd like to say, Mr. Miller? Mr. Miller, the court will impose minimal fines and costs in this matter. $100 fine, $100 in costs, $75 mandatory crime victims fee, $50 mandatory state costs, $20 fund fee. That's $345. Do you need more than 5 days to pay this amount?
If I could get till next Friday, that would be appreciated.
14 days to pay. So that gives us a little bit beyond next Friday. Anything else, Ms. Manarino?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Anything else, Mr. Miller?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Miller, you have some other matter scheduled for formal hearing on March the 16th. Have you received notice of that?
No.
Okay. These are, that will be with me. It's a violation, a technical violation. There's something about parking in the front yard, front lawn maybe, and an unlicensed vehicle.
There were citations, but I didn't know they were going to trial.
No, not trials, formal hearing.
Okay.
I mean, slightly different, but back here with me on March the 16th, I don't have the time, but then.
Your Honor, while we're discussing those matters, did the court enter the order to show cause in that matter?
That's this file, thank you. I received and I sent it back downstairs because the way it was written was as a motion, it wasn't an ex parte request, and I didn't know if Mr. Miller had been served with it and had an opportunity to respond to it.
Typically, we do those as ex parte and then address it at the hearing. I can resubmit it to the court with that, if
That's not how it was labeled, and when I sent it back downstairs to Marlisa, what I asked her to do was to indicate that the court would take it up on that day at that time. Mr. Miller, I am referring to, I forgot that this was that case, that you were the same person. It is scheduled back here with me at 11 o'clock on March the 16th. The court received a motion from the prosecution. It just got sent back downstairs on Tuesday, so the notice might not have reached you yet. They mailed it out on February the 14th. Anything else, ma'am?
Not on this matter, Your Honor.
Anything else, Mr. Miller? I'll see you on March the 16th, sir. You have a good afternoon. Next trial is scheduled at 12 o'clock. Thank you. No, hold on.